What's up with it? What's up with it?
Going down early is not a good start.
Oh yeah, this is backfiring instantly.
Taking out Temple. Oh, that's a big Diva Bomb.
Oh, great Graviton, and here comes Immortality! And of that Orisa, they're able to start moving the way forward.
Reflect, Amy took Bruce out of the fight.
To take down Ghostly.
Taken down by good EMP there from the side.
Side of things, but he said no,
Oh,
and would
no. Blade does come through, cleans up Merrick, cleans up Don.
Kicks there as big ones, and Ghostly gets 2. Diva Bomb, that might do a bit of damage. It does.
Great job here. Deadeye as well to cover up a different angle.
Oh, Sidon gets 3! No, this is not happening! So 100% he's close. Ghostly will get 2. Like they're gonna use lose it.
I don't believe and 1 HP are your Ascent champions.
Good evening, listeners, one and all. Welcome to day 2 of the grand finals for Ascent Season 4, hosted by Amateur Oceanic Esports, sponsored by My Republic Gaming. I'm PowerAnchors, and as always, my partner in crime tonight will be Temporal, and we are here for the finals of an amazing weekend of Overwatch.
The finals, we will see PowerAnchors last night saw one of the closest match in the entire tournament, which is only fitting given the level of play we've seen in the rest of the season leading us to this point. 33 teams started out on this perilous ascent towards the mountaintop. Only 4 remain in 2 more divisions that are still going. That is Divisions 1 and 2, ADSL and PowerAnchors will be going at it, as will Kraken Academy and Firescale. But PowerAnchors, we've already got 4 champions already.
We do indeed. Last night we saw Orion Tricks get a clear sweep over their opponents in Constellation IO. We also saw Avoiding Weird Champs and Swinburne Black go at it head-to-head. In the end, Swinburne Black won the victory on 8th map. That's right, we went to map 8 in a best of 7. We were up until almost midnight East Coast time, just bringing you that match. Also happening last night, Orion Beetle got the victory over East Coast Krakens for a 4-1, and USSR got the victory over East Coast Conflicts with a 4-0 victory. So it is just these 2 remaining matches tonight, and we're going to be bringing you both of those.
And if you're joining us for the first time tonight, welcome to all the fun. It's great to have you with us. And Ascent, which is a Tier 3 and Tier 4 tournament for OCE teams, hosted by the Amateur Oceanic Esports organisation and sponsored by My Republic Gamer, who have provided the $500 prize pool that these teams are playing for.
That's right, stay home with the #1 broadband provider for gaming. My Republic offers fixed broadband plans and services that provide ultra-low, ultra-stable latency connections, optimizing your gameplay experience. Enjoy exciting privileges, special gaming offers, and exclusive access to specialized gamer perks.
We'd also love to thank Splash, Apollo, and Bloodborne for their extremely generous contributions to help keep Ascent running. And before we get into tonight's action, PowerAnchors, we've alluded to it already. Last night, we saw Orion Tricks and Swinburne Black come out victorious. That first match, Orion Tricks, they showed during the season they were nigh on unstoppable, and the final just confirmed that outcome.
Absolutely, it was a dominant performance from them. The first couple of maps were a little back and forth, but the momentum was still overwhelmingly in favor of Orion Tricks, and as we moved on to maps 3 and 4, Constellation IO struggled to put up any sort of resistance to them. Orion Tricks, a dominant performer in Division 6, and we can definitely expect to see them back in a higher division next season, just based on their performance alone.
And it's a team they might face up against if they do get promoted is Swinburne Black, who took out Division 5 in that epic 8-map confrontation. It went back and forth the whole way. Both the teams are really going map for map. There was a brief window where Avoiding Weird Chance was sitting on match point, but Swinburne Black able to bring it back in the end with standout performances by multiple members of the team. Filezek, RD Polarity, Coronet had the time of their lives bringing it back, and they're the ones that took home the cake in the end.
Absolutely. If you're looking for a great match to watch and missed that one last night, definitely go back and check out the VOD. It is an absolute nail-biter. Even knowing the outcome, it's still just an incredible match. But moving on to tonight, we will be bringing you first up this Kraken Academy versus Firescale matchup, our Division 2 Grand Final. And we are loading into the map now. We will be starting off in Nepal, as is tradition here. And it looks like we'll be starting over in Sanctum.
Indeed, we are. And tonight's starting 6 for Kraken Academy are Star, Tomagoyaki, Nanki, Odosed Pirate, Aprilla 999, and Magnati.
Absolutely, and on their opposing side, the members of Firescale here, we've got Hypnotic, SJC, Mutnik, T-Bone, Sneaky, and team captain Liam Fox.
Lovable Liam Fox.
Exactly.
The heart and soul, and both these teams have seen on the broadcast before, PowerAnchors, but they've had some changes. For the side of Firescale, T-Bone is now in the lineup on the tank role, whereas for Kraken Academy, we're seeing Nanki and Aprilla for the first time, though Aprilla we've seen on broadcast before, who played for God Mode against Kraken Academy back in week 2, so interesting pickup for the team. And as we see both teams come at it, the standard Orisa arrangement available, with Firescale taking up first position on the high ground. Kraken Academy so far content to let them have it.
Yeah, I mean, this is, again, Kraken Academy, they're going for the sort of slow push in here. They've got the Tourbillon, although Armsy McNatty's already gone down. They're picking up the trades back, though. Nanki and Odosed Pirate picking up a person each, allowing them to get this early point pressure on there. We're seeing the contest coming through, but the kills overwhelmingly coming through in favor of Kraken Academy here. We should see them take control at this point. And, well, that's going to put them into a great position here. They're going to get that Tourbillon turret set up there. And we've seen over and over again on this one, you just get a really nasty crossfire on this point. It's so hard to break into because that low ground position on the point is so exposed and vulnerable.
And I'll be keeping a watchful eye on Nanki on this Ashe, replacing Mother Chibai, who is such an impactful player for the team. Not only do you have big shoes to fill, but the Ashe oftentimes is the one carrying the day, getting those early picks at the start of fights, denying the enemy the chance to make their move onto the point. And Nanki
there it is,
already getting to work. T-Bone is down. Sneaky is going to have a tough ask countering such a deadly Ashe.
I like this aggression coming through from Star. They're getting right up there, just trying to get that ultimate online. Maybe we see them back off the moment they get the ult online, so just fishing for ult there. But we're seeing the members here of Kraken Academy just get really aggressive while the enemy is regrouping in order to build those ult charges, and that'll pay off in the long run, definitely.
Star looking for an opportunity to use this grab flux as Firescale rotate around into the room beside the point. They're going to drop down, seeing if they can make their way out, but they're going to be walking into a couple of shields and an amplification matrix, and the damage coming out is just too much for them to handle. Star getting in there, but there's no one there left to kill once the Sigma arrives.
Yeah, just a little bit of cleanup in here. They got an opportunity to stagger out T-Bone, eventually get the kill on there. They don't really have the CC to stagger it any longer, but 75% means that that's a pretty effective stagger as it is. They only needed the amp matrix to win that fight, which means they're going to have 5 ults into this next one. A rough position to be in if you are Firescale, because they do not have a lot of resources online. They might need to use Liam Fox's Transcendence just to get on this point.
They've got the DPS ultimates ready to go. There's going to be a bob on this field. No matter what happens, there it is, Sneaky with the first. Nanki responds in kind. Magnati throws down that multi-core all over the point. It melts down Sneaky's bob. Nanki's going down. The Ashe is actually taking care of each other's bobs, but the kills coming out in Kraken Academy's favor. They're all over this point right now. The remnants of Firescale will not belong for this world. First round here on Sanctum going Kraken Academy's way.
Yeah, it's really hard to take that point. It's not too surprising that after the initial fight win, like this point more than the other two in the pool, really is decided by that early positioning. It's just such a hard point to flip that it's not too surprising that Kraken Academy able to leverage that early advantage. They played it well. They ultimately won the fights really cheaply as well, so it's a great position to be in. They really didn't make any mistakes that would expose them to an opportunity for Firescale to flip it. So I think if you are a member of Firescale, you don't let that one tilt you too much. Ultimately, it's just one round. The important thing is to come out strong here, where you've got a bit more opportunity to flip this point and maybe take the fight back to Kraken Academy.
Well, they'll need to bring all the fight they can muster. Symmetra from Hypnotic giving Firescale a slight head start, but no Lucio means they're going to be slowed down a bit as Kraken Academy make their way straight onto the point. Both teams fighting it out. We see the Doomfist coming online for Magnati, already built up those adaptive shields, showing they're instantly getting in on the damage. Immortality field forced out from Liam Fox. It's burnt down.
Yeah, but an early kill into Odos Pirate is a big pickup. That said, they trade main tanks, SJC going down as well. Daddy putting a lot of work in on this Doomfist, just being an absolute nuisance. And it's really got Firescale stalled out here on the approach.
The Dunanki on the far side, plugging away, goes low, has to back off, but in the end, Firescale are the ones to force back as a team. Daddy going wild, not giving up the chase just yet.
Ooh, Amp Matrix just there to force the members of Kraken Academy to back off, but they were already on the retreat as it was, so not a lot coming from that, but okay, there's a comp swatch coming through, so it sort of makes sense. Liam Fox going over to the Moira, so that's why they invested that one. They've actually completely changed their comp here. Now Sneaky on the McCree just to give some flashbang against Natty here.
Yeah, the Coalescence opening up the fight for Tamago Yaki. Burns through, allows Natty to get in there, get heavy, pick up 2 targets already. SJC taking a dive off the side. T-Bone finds the Doomfist, pops him off the side, but the damage is already done. Nanki cleaning up Sneaky to finish off the fight.
Yeah, I'm wondering how T-Bone got the kill credit for that one, because Zaya is, I guess maybe you knocked them with the right click, but yeah, Natty was going off.
Back. Yeah.
Yeah, Natty was going off anyways and took someone off with him, but yeah, that's just a little unusual to see the Enviro kill credited to Azaya. But anyways, we will have them coming back in. The Deadeye committed by Nanki does pick up Sneaky.
One. Yeah, great answer to the Coalescence. Earthshatter's coming down for both Reinhardts. Sorry, only from Odo's Pirate. And it's going to be followed up by the rest of the team. Magnati's Meteor Strike finishing T-Bone off. Again, the cleanup is that Kraken Academy look like they're the ones with all the answers to whatever questions Firescale is throwing at them.
Yeah, this is really, really high caliber play coming through from Kraken Academy. They are looking unstoppable right now. Firescale now, well, they're going to get grabbed off the point, even if they do get the touch, but this is desperation time and it's not looking pretty.
Yeah, it's just the Wrecking Ball and the Doomfist currently there for Firescale. They're going to be cleaned up in short order. Odo's Pirate, Magnati picking up those kills over time, burning down. Kraken Academy taking a very early lead in this series, up 1-0.
And that is the sort of opening you really want in this sort of finals match. Asserting absolute dominance in 2 rounds of 100-0 against your opponent. That is a great way to really get the momentum in your favor, upset the enemy team, get to work on their mental immediately. This is a best of 7, which means that mental is often so important here. Oh, Liam, he got a hammer kill? I did not see that one during the match. So yeah, that's Kraken Academy just straight up getting out there, getting and T-posing over their opponents here. Firescale, they have a real risk of not being in a great position after that one. Just a request from one of the players as well. Someone please clip that hammer kill.
They shouldn't. I'm surprised seeing this at a Firescale. When we broadcast them a couple of weeks ago, they were so strong against Stratos Element, and going into that match, we had some notes from the team. They weren't even playing at full capacity. They had a couple of players subbed in. I don't think we saw T-Bone on that day, so they've got their full proper lineup today, and so far Kraken Academy is just walking all over them. Though, given their last meeting, I'm maybe not as a little less surprised to me, given that Kraken Academy took away their last meeting 3-0.
That is true. So there is a history here. Kraken Academy proving to be an effective counter to Firescale. Can Firescale come back? That remains the question. There's certainly it hasn't even been that long. It's been a couple of rounds, hasn't it, since they met? So there's room for growth as a team, but at the same time, it hasn't been an incredibly long time. So.
No, and they showed up so well against Stratos Element, who up until the 4th or 5th week of the regular season was the top running team in the league. They'd beaten Kraken Academy in the first week, it cemented them on top. Firescale was on the improve. They took down Stratos Element in week 5. Then again, they repeated the effort, same scoreline, 3-1 in the semi-final. That's what got them to this place. So they need to find some of that fire that they showed in those rounds and bring it out against Kraken Academy. Otherwise, they're just going to be sunk.
Yeah, no, that's certainly understandable. Maybe, I mean, if Stratos Element were the ones who went down in round 1, maybe it's Kraken Academy that have improved a huge amount over the course of the rest of the season, because they are certainly looking untouchable here. And we're going to be going over here, as you've no doubt noticed, to Numbani. Not a map we've seen a lot of for our hybrid here. So definitely an opportunity to change the pace of the game. Firescale picking this map, and it does result in a very different play style than what we've seen there. We're seeing the dive-based defense coming out. Looks like a Genji Echo dive, so a bit of a variant on the old Genji Farad dive is what I was looking for there. And sure enough, we're going to be seeing the full dive coming out from the attackers, the dive tanks with the Tracer Genji. The only thing non-standard from the original dive there is Brigitte rather than Lucio there, but given the current state of the meta, that's not too surprising. We'll see how it fares them as they make their way onto Numbani.
Hypnotic jumps in on the support line, followed up immediately by the tanks, but they cop a big bio grenade to the face, forced to back off, and they get kills while they're doing it. As Kraken Academy cleans them up, there's a little opportunity here where Firescale may be able to get back slightly faster.
Yeah, this is a bit of an interesting map because this is the one first point on any of these maps that the defenders actually have a closer spawn than the attackers. Numbani is a little weird in that way, so it makes it that a little bit harder to capture the first point here. That's why we see so many full holds on Numbani compared to any of the other hybrid maps, because the defenders actually do have just the strongest first point defensive position in the game.
Again, the tanks jump right on that high grab. A Star is there to protect the support line. SJC goes low, forced to back off. Odos Pirate copping a bit of damage themselves, so the Winston's copping a punishment beating, but that's what you need from the tank line. Oh no, Hypnotic trapped in the back line. Fire grenaded will be burnt down. They get Tamagoyaki for their efforts, but right now there's a lot of the frontline damage gone for Firescale. They'll have to back off yet again.
Yeah, I mean, it's looking, again, really good here. We're heading through the neutral fights quite happily in favor of Kraken Academy here. They're just building up these ultimates. They haven't needed them to win the fight, so they haven't been committing them. Meanwhile, Firescale, they haven't been getting them online. We will probably have a Dragon Blade fight coming up, the Nano Blade being committed here. That might be an opportunity for an opening. Not any big support ultimates to defend against that. So it's going to be a lot of pressure on both the tanks and that Brigitte to try and shut down the Genji.
Well, the Nano Blade is the first ultimate invested. Nanki slicing and dicing their way through the opposing team, but Hypnotics is even better. Oh, I take that back. 3 kills for each Genji. Firescale finally taken up a position on the point, but Hypnotic being pummeled around by Odos Pyro, who uses the Primal Rage to get the Genji the hell out of here. Nanki goes down, so even trades for both sides. Odos Pyro clearing off the point, preventing any more capture progress from Firescale. A self-destruct from Star will clear the point for the moment. That will be Firescale repulsed for the moment after capping 1/3 of the point.
You got to admire the sheer courage that that sort of strategy requires, where you look at it and you go, they're going to Dragon Blade us. We don't have a defensive ult to defend against that, so when they blade, we blade. And that, in the end, it works. I mean, that is dive 101. Sometimes the answer to dive is just dive them faster than they can dive you, and that's what they commit to. In the end, it works out, but it's such a dangerous strategy. You put so much faith in your Genji player to get enough done. Absolutely pays off for Kraken Academy.
Self-destruct and Pulse Bomb thrown in to no avail from Firescale, but they have cleared enough room to get back onto the point. Now the defensive Kraken Academy falls onto them. Armagnati duplicating the Brigitte, looking for that rally. Now that Aprilis has worn off, there it goes, it comes out, but the duplicate eventually wears off. Though the damage is done, Firescale forced back, 30 seconds left on the clock. They're in a precarious position now.
Absolutely. They have managed to draw out most of the resources there from Kraken Academy. Nanki is going to have another blade in the next fight, but Tamagoyaki probably not going to have the nano to go with it. So Hypnotic, again, blade, but Liam Fox doesn't have the nano there. Really going to be the battle of the Genjis
That's
here.
an early rally from Mutnik. Looking to give their team armor. Hypnotic dives in, has the Dragon Blade of their own, but gets it as they draw it out. Nanki will have the advantage now, being the only Dragon Blading Genji on the field. Is loath to use it for the moment. Now jumps into the main street, identifies where the supports are standing, slices their way through those two. That will be all said and done. Firescale, they've got no support in the main street. They've got rushing returning players coming back, but Sneaky gonna get stunned by a grenade and cut down. Hypnotic's Doomfist not long for this world. The self-destruct should clear off the point.
Yeah, it's all just a matter of time here. SJC aren't going to be ejected there. The Lucio not going to make it back onto the point there. So that will be a successful hold there. 52.3%. The very least, they did get that first tick, so they have a win condition. And, I mean, it's not a comfortable place to be in. They do need to full hold point A to win, but it is doable. As we were saying, this point is the easiest point A hold in the whole game, the hardest one to attack. The defenders actually have a slight spawn advantage, but I mean, looking at how strong Kraken Academy has been executing on this one, it is going to be hard-pressed to do.
Well, they're going to have to pull out all the stops if they don't want to go down 2-0 very early, but they've got the tools with which to do it. We've seen Hypnotic before, we've seen Sneaky before. We know these are highly competent DPS. SJC, I'm liking seeing moving onto the main tank role. They were a great Sigma and primarily off-tank the last time these two teams faced off, but moving on to the main tank role, they're going to have to step up their game a little bit, as is T-Bone coming in. I'll say coming in fresh, though I know they've played in the team prior to this match, just not on broadcast. We'll see if they're able to withstand whatever Kraken Academy throws at them. It looks like no real changes coming out, aside from Hypnotic swapping across onto the Doomfist. Still dive is the name of the game.
Yeah, I'm a little worried that they're not going for anything that'll give them a support ultimate against what is presumably going to be a similar sort of dive attack coming through. The fact that they're trying to run this without... Now, they don't even have an immortality field, they don't have a trance, they don't have a sound barrier. It does mean that they are playing on the knife's edge here, and as soon as they see Nanki and Tamayaki back on those same heroes again, they got to know that they have to worry about a Nanoblade being just the end of this this map. So I hope they come up with a plan to deal with it, because
SJC being chased down, went in to build up their Primal Rage, but could not get away even when they jumped back to their own team. With that main tank gone, there's a lot of defensive pressure now eased on Kraken Academy. They move on to the point, losing Nanki in the process. Yeah, great bio grenade, going to hit two players, force them back. Mutnik taken down off the back of that. Now, as Kraken Academy build up towards that first percentage point, Fire Scale needs to get a kill back, but it doesn't look like they're going to get one. Kraken Academy rolling all over them. They move on to the point. That bar is ticking up oh so close. Sneaky out of the air. Armagnati finishing that off, and a Primal Raging Odos Pirate will seal the deal. Kraken Academy, a blisteringly fast attack, sees them go up 2-0 in this series.
Yeah, this is looking so good for Kraken Academy here. They're playing this so well, and Firescale, they seem to be really struggling to come up with any answers to it. At the very least, we're going to be going over to Assault as our next map, and if any map mode is going to give you a chance to take a breath and reevaluate things, it is that one. It's just not as fast-paced as the other maps. You get plenty of opportunity to work things down, but I mean, we could say a similar thing to Numbani, right? It is a slower-paced map compared to a lot of the other hybrids, and in the end, Kraken Academy don't even care. They just walk over this map as if it was nothing, and that was Firescale's pick.
And you can see Odos Pirate leading the way there, 12 jump pack kills across that map, and it wasn't very long, only about 5 minutes, but 12 jump pack kills, that's what, an average of 2 a minute?
Yeah,
it's impressive play from that Winston.
It just shows that any target that he is jumping on is dying almost immediately afterwards, which means the team coordination is there. We're seeing those jumps come through. They're being supported by the biotic grenades. People are getting anti-healed. The Genji is there to dash through them. It is just dive played cleanly, and that's just what happens. You're the dive target and you die. There is no defense against it. A lot of the time, the only thing you've got is to hope that your team can outdive them, and in the end, Kraken Academy playing that exceptionally well.
Indeed they are. The next map will be Volskaya, so a nice dive-friendly map coming out from Firescale. It looks like they may want to stick with this, or they could bring it something different like a Farah.
Yeah, Volskaya is definitely my favorite assault map in the pool. I love the aesthetic. I love the heroes you see coming out on it. It plays very well for Sombra on that first point, and even the second point to an extent. There's a lot of flexibility in what you can run in Volskaya, and it means you see some really interesting compositions coming out. So it is probably my favorite of the two CP map modes. I'm interested to see what Firescale are planning to run here. Surely they're not going to try and do the same thing as they just did on Numbani, because that clearly wasn't working. I can understand after Control, okay, these guys are pretty good on the ground game. Let's see how they are at dive. The answer is they are very good at dive. So I would not be trying to take them on a dive v dive after that, because I think lesson learned, they are stronger at dive than you. You're going to have to beat them somewhere else.
That they are, and they've got the first option of attack, so we'll get an idea of how they want to play them at once they roll out. The Kraken Academy will be coming out first, so we'll get a better idea on their part of what they wish to run.
That's interesting.
Yeah. Well, just let's take a moment. We'll talk about the composition, which is seeing McNatty flying off the side. Kraken Academy is a interesting team. We know that Odos Pirate is new to the team, and we saw in that first match they broadcast against God Mode that that Odos was really fitting in well on that main tank role, and it seems that his ingratiation into the team has only gotten better with time. I mean, running dive to the degree they are shows they've got really great comms, really great coordination between these team members who haven't been playing together for that long.
Yeah, and now we're seeing a third look from them as well, as they're looking to bunker up here, going for the defensive position. Okay, and we are actually going to see Firescale coming out on this one. So they're playing a very aggressive variant of the dive here now that gives up your off-tank diva for the Wrecking Ball. So it's kind of a bunker buster dive, so it is sort of good for what they're running into here if they can execute it, but it is one of the harder comps to execute. And immediately you see some CC coming out that's just ruined this execution.
Yeah, going to be very hard running into that coach gun and the whip shot. McNatty making them pay for their hubris. Hypnotic takes Nanki out of the fire, so that deadly long-range Ash gone for the moment. Firescale still looking for an opportunity. Sneaky around the backside on the Tracer, being a nuisance. In the end, it will be Kraken Academy holding for the moment.
Yeah, it can be such a dangerous composition. The one thing this has got going over a more traditional dive is that everyone is reasonably self-sufficient, so you can afford to have, even when things go down, people stick around a bit later.
The Dragon Blade already out for Hypnotic, but forced back, goes low, not able to get any value out of it. McNatty over the top, absolutely brutal, picking up 4 kills as that fight ends. That push, not so good for Firescale.
Yeah, they're really struggling. Like, it goes to show how well Kraken Academy play together. They see the dive coming in, they throw the CC in there. You got coach guns and whip shots, just ruining people's engagements coming through. And yeah, Hypnotic, he pulled out the blade. He was trying to get in there. He just couldn't get in there. They just kept knocking him back. And if you can't have that blade cut through anything, then you're not going to get the dash resets. You're not going to get anywhere. They just get stuck out in the open and eventually taken down by the aerial menace that McNatty is.
Oh, the rally coming out from Tamagayaki. He's going to see that dive walk into a wall of armor, duplicate on the field. McNatty wanting to show Hypnotic exactly how Genji's played, but in the meantime, Firescale picking up the kills. Proximity mines, taking Aprilla down. Now we see the Dragon Blade coming through from McNatty, sweeps through Liam Fox. Hypnotic gets a kill back onto Odos Pirate. So these trades are going back and forward, and there's a little opening now for Firescale to make their way onto the point.
Yeah, they might just have it here. They've managed to get enough done. They've got the momentum in their favor. They've got the closer respawns as well. And it's just McNatty who's not really going to be able to provide any point pressure there. So this will be Firescale picking up the point here. It did take them a while to get it going. In the end, it works out. The problem is they've used all of their resources just to cap A, which means the defenders, they're in a good position to hold out B. There's no snowball potential. They've got a supercharger. They've got a bob. They've got some great anti-snowball weaponry here. And there's not really anything to allow Firescale to quickly take this point. So I think we're going to see a couple of fights here before the attackers are going to really be able to chip away at the defense.
Indeed, SJC has the Primal Rage, but if you're facing into a supercharger and a bob, it may not be that useful other than buying yourself time before you have to respawn. Nanki in the backline, pressured down off the high ground by Hypnotic. His turn is forced back away. SJC has popped the Primal Rage, goes oh so low. Eventually able to escape with the life. Hypnotic's Dragon Blade already coming up good. Picking up one, picks up Odos Pirate. This Firescale, they've run into all these ultimates and they're coming out on top, PowerAnchors. They've got control of the point. Yeah,
they've managed to get through this one really well. They've cleared the point. They're getting progress here. There will be a round of recontests coming through, but those mines onto the point are going to make it all the more difficult there. Time is getting very close. Now they've got their own Bob on the field as well. This is looking fantastic for Firescale.
It is. The supports were the ones leading the way for Kraken Academy, but they ran into that wall of mines, could not make an impact. Firescale finishing with pie time left in the bank, 3 minutes 14 seconds.
Well, it just goes to show that sometimes I say things and they don't end up being true after all. I did not expect Firescale to be able to snowball that one through. They absolutely pulled it off just to spite me. And that might be just what they need to get themselves back into this match.
Indeed, and that'd be a nice confidence booster there. You go down 2 maps in, little under 20 minutes. It can take a hit to your morale. You sit there going, well, they're 2-0 up. What can we do about it? And Firescale shown, well, this is what we can do about it. We can try and burn away the ocean, leave the Kraken out to dry, and maybe that's what they need to be doing.
Yeah, I mean, it's a as I said, high risk, high reward playstyle that they adopted in there. That Wrecking Ball dive definitely can get things done and really can punish the bunker if you can get those in there. You know, the Winston land damage, the Wrecking Ball coming slamming down, the Genji dashing through multiple people. You get that AoE chunk damage in, can really put a lot of pressure on the defenders. And eventually that's what ends up happening. Just took a couple of attempts to get it executing right because they were coming into a lot of CC to try and prevent that from happening. Now it's going to be on Kraken Academy to try and set a fast time. Once again, they are going over into the dive of their own. So there's going to be that Nanoblade on the field once more for the members of Firescale to try and deal with. And again, they don't have a lot of defense against that specifically. There's going to be a lot of pressure on Sneaky to pressure out that Genji, make sure that he's having a bad day.
Genji's having a bad day is probably the prayer of supports everywhere. Sneaky finds Odo's Pirate instead. The giant scientist Genji is the first to fall. And with that, Kraken Academy going to retreat for the moment into a position of safety.
Yeah, absolutely. I think anytime you're playing with a Genji, though, you're not too stressed about losing fights as long as you're getting ult charge on your Genji and your Ana. And so far, Nanki, I mean, they're trying to play it safe, trying to get the long-range shurikens in there, but they're not able to get through those shields at this point in time, so not getting the progress they'd like. Now the engage comes in.
Yeah, straight up onto that high ground. Hypnotic finds Tamagayaki in the middle of that, but Odo's Pirate picking off Mutnik will provide an opening for Kraken Academy to advance for the Hypnotic. The Echo again cleaning up the kills for the defense. Turnabout is fair play. Magnati hunts down Sneaky, the coach gun not enabling the Ash to survive. And it's just a lonely Echo still on the point. But now an opportunity for Kraken Academy to get back in there.
Yeah, it's just going to be a lone Echo on the point this time, and for Firescale, it's going to be having a lot of people coming through. We do have, and I think they're giving it up. I think they're maybe not fully giving it up, they're backing up the regroup. They want to come back in as a team. They know that's going to be their best bet.
Yeah, they're coming over on the high ground, but they're going to be at a 4v6 for the moment. A duplicate Winston, courtesy of Hypnotic, is going to stall out the point for the moment. As some members of Kraken Academy move onto the high ground to pick up the last members of Firescale, but now the brawl goes on the point. There's a Bob on the field via Sneaky. Hypnotic bounces around, takes a Prilla out of the fight via knockoff. Eventually, the duplicate wears off. So Odo's Pirate now showing how a real Winston Primal rages, removing Mutnik before there can be any chance of a rally, but there's Winston trapped on the back of the point, separated from the rest of their team. Able to get away, going around the back to the big health back. Oh, hit 8 health. Nanki's Dragon Blade on the point is sweeping through the defensive line. 3 players down. That will be the end to this defense from Firescale.
Yeah, that was looking really dicey there, but in the end, Nanki goes, yeah, I can do it, give me the nano, pulls out the blade, cleans up the rest of the team. Many Firescale members quite low on health, so definitely a prime position, and all of them within 1 dash of each other. They weren't even that close to each other, but they were close enough that he could get there. With that, Nanki cleans up the defenders there. We're moving on to point second. 4 minutes on the clock, which means this is still possible for them to get a better time, but it's looking pretty good that the defense manages to, at the very least, come into overtime with a better time.
Defense has picked up the first 2 kills of the fight. The duplicate from Magnati built up the Graviton Surge, but not really going to get any value out of it. Forced to back away. It's a nice start to this point B defense from Firescale.
Yeah, I think we're seeing a composition switch coming through from Kraken Academy here. I think that's why we saw ultimates coming out in the tail end of that fight as well. They're moving over to the Reinhardt. Star might stay on the Diva just for self-destruct, but wouldn't be surprised if that swaps over as well. Nanki going down early, though, is going to buy some more time off the clock here. Firescale starting to entrench this position. Got some good resources as well in the rally there, as well as an Amp Matrix, and they're about to have a Bob and a duplicate as well. So some good tools available for the defenders, and the attackers, they've reset a lot of their ultimate economy recently.
Sneaky doing a great job getting kills at the start of these fights, forestalling any pushes. The Bob, the first player into the fight, causes a little bit of havoc in the end. Kraken Academy able to bypass a big Omnic Butler. They hide around the sides waiting for the Bob to wear off. There's an Echo Jewel in the sky right now. Hypnotic and Armagnati going out of the self-destruct over the top. Pick up HJC. That is really smart from Star. That's going to open up the defenses. Now there's two Reinhardts marching. Oh, sorry, Hypnotic, is on the defense. On the Reinhardt, swinging away, allowing Sneaky to pick off 2 kills. The Ana and the Echo gone. With Hypnotic finishing up Aprilla. That will be the end of this attack, as Kraken Academy, they're not going to be setting a time anywhere near Firescale, even if they finish up the points.
Yeah, that was really well played there. I like the bomb placement, but the counterplay was so good. Armagnati going over... Sorry, not Armagnati. Hypnotic going over onto the Reinhardt and really setting the hammer into them. I think the Bob play might... I mean, Sneaky's Bob was a little early. They popped it in response to the rally, and all it did was, I suppose you did end up having the rally waited out in the room, but I think maybe you committed that a little too early. They weren't committed into the fight yet, so they waited it out. That said, Bob is one of the easier ones to get back quickly because you can start building it up the moment he's out there. Sneaky's already 65% to the next Bob, so not a big deal.
And Hypnotic already half of that to their Dragon Striker. They've just come out on the Hanzo already. They picked up 1 kill. T-Bone finding Armagnati. Even while Sneaky's down, is going to forestall this advance for the moment. Star doing what they can, throwing in those hyperspheres, but there's Sigma just alone on the high ground, not really able to get the damage done that they need.
Yeah, this is a slow cleanup coming through, and slow cleanup is the best cleanup when you are playing on defense. The longer you can drag it out, the more you can stall it out, the better it is for you. 1 minute 5 left on the clock. None of the attackers are ultimately that close to their ultimate, with the exception of Armagnati. So this is a little rough for them. They're not really in the position they'd like to be. Potentially they could go for a quick fight here just to try and build up ults, but at the same time, the defenders are about to get a lot of ultimates online as well. This is not a comfortable position to be in if you are Kraken Academy.
Yeah, Kraken hard pressed. This will likely be the last fight of the map for them if they're not able to capture the point. Firescale invests a lot of Baptiste utility, the Amplification Matrix and the Immortality Field on the field. The Dragon Strike coming through from Hypnotic off the back of a pick onto Tamagoyaki. Now we see members of Kraken Academy stuck around the side behind that big health pack room. They pick up Leon Fox, a nice dynamite there. Duplicate on the field. Armagnati firing through this Amplification Matrix on this duplicated Orisa. Hypnotic, though, does find Odo's Pyro, so there's just one main tank. The Supercharger out from Magnetic. Gravitic Flux invested by Star, but they're going to be killed just after picking off Mutnik. Firescale has the numbers they need on the point. No one for Kraken Academy going to even touch Firescale, get their first map win of the finals. They are not out of this yet.
No, Firescale definitely hitting back here on Volskaya. Great turnaround for them. They find something to break through Kraken Academy. And then on the defense, Kraken Academy really actually struggles to take them down. So they're finally starting to find their feet here, maybe shaking off some of the rust back into good form. Now we've got a real series on our hands, because that match was almost as in favor of Firescale the whole time as the previous two were in for Kraken Academy. So if this continues, we could definitely be in for another barn burner here.
Yeah, and I'm pleasantly surprised given the way that first point Nambani went. I was thinking, oh, we go straight into Assault. Same sort of game mode as first part of Hybrid, but Firescale showing they're just warming up. They were watching last night. They know that if this is going to go to the 7, to the 8 maps, they need to keep themselves warmed up. They don't want to peak too early, and it looks like they're peaking at just the right time, bringing themselves back into this match. Escort will be the next game mode, and that map will be, to perhaps no one's surprise, Rialto.
Yeah, we'll be heading over to Rialto. We said this last night as well. It has overwhelmingly been the favorite of the Escort game mode maps. It's just the play style on it really does. It like a lot of the other Escort maps, there's a lot more variance in the play styles. Rialto, it does play very well for. I mean, you can play any particular style in it. So you're not locked into a given style. It's very good for the Orisa-based compositions. It's very good for your Reinhardt-based compositions. You can still make dive work on it as well. So it gives a lot of options available. You're not stuck on a map like, say, the middle point of
Havana?
Yeah, well, I mean, Havana is a whole nother thing because it is just such a slog. But if we take, I can't think of the name of the map now. It's not in our pool, which is not helpful.
Describe it to me. Route 66?
No, Route 66 in the pool. No, the one in
Dorado?
The one in Mexico. Yes, Dorado. It is Dorado. Something like Dorado, for example, every point of Dorado has a very different playstyle, and you can sometimes get away with it just snowballing through. But for optimal things, you're running something different on all 3 points, and that's a lot of shuffling around of your comp. It's a lot of resetting of ultimates, and there's a lot of ways for things to go wrong if you just run into an area where your opponent is very good at something. So I can understand something like this one where you can sort of get away with playing the same thing all the way through the map. The only time you really need to change things up is that final part of map B, because it does get very brawly in their tight spaces. And I mean, they always do at the end of these maps, right?
Yeah, they do, and I'll be interested to see if the map gets beyond this first point. I know last night there was quite a short. No, I'm thinking of the wrong night. Rialto went to 3-2 last night. Never mind that. I'll be interested to see if these teams stick with the Orisa Sigma composition. I wouldn't be surprised if that's the case, particularly on the first point, given that there is that bridge. You can hold people up the side, or maybe even a close spawn door hole, picking up the Reinhardt, Zarya, or the Sigma, and trying to make an impact that way, get that second fight before the first checkpoint.
Yeah, I mean, we saw that last night. We saw that early spawn door hold after a not particularly ideal attack, and it worked pretty well for quite a while. In the end, it was broken through, but they managed to get a good minute and a half off the clock just in that early hold. So it can definitely work out. I mean, the risk of that early hold is always just, it does tend to give a lot of ultimate charge to the attackers. But at the same time, as long as you don't need to swap heroes once you finish with that hold, it's giving a lot of ultimate charge to you as the defenders as well. So it can be effective, but it is a risk, especially if you're planning to just win that courtyard in the neutral game and then have ultimate advantage for the rest of the time.
So given the way the teams are shaping out right now, it appears that Kraken Academy going for a solid damaging defense, while Firescale onto that Winston wrecking ball that proved so fruitful for them on their Volskaya attack, looking for speed and maneuverability as the match winners.
Yeah, absolutely. We'll see how this one unfolds, because it's looking very similar to our last match in Volskaya in terms of compositions. We saw that Firescale were able to take apart this sort of defense before, but this map leads to different angles.
Is that a Genji on the cart?
That is a Genji on the cart.
Hypnotic, are you alright? You were support in disguise?
Well, sometimes you just need to put a Genji on the cart to throw off your opponents.
You're probably wondering where Hypnotic is, not looking in the most obvious place, as now the brawl happens in that courtyard. The cart has made its way there. The first victim is the immortality field of Aprilla. Sneaky finding that. SJC, the first real victim of the fight, quickly followed back to spawn by Hypnotic. Good start from Kraken Academy. They flexed back and just allowed Firescale to walk into the killing box.
Yeah, they managed to play that defense well, but Firescale, they got the cart around the corner, so it's sort of a win for both sides here. Ooh, a late kill onto Mutnik may make me eat those words, though. That is a good pickup here from Kraken Academy. It's going to buy a lot of time there, but yeah, with the cart's position, I don't hate that from the first fight on Firescale. They got a lot of ultimate percentage across their team as well. They're in a decent position. If they can get a good opening pick onto this next fight, they can absolutely get it through this first point.
Nice flanker around the outside has been spotted out. Star and McNatty hunting down SJC. Hypnotic is so low, has to fall back, find some healing. So he's able to get away. Sneaky, blinking around, has a pulse bomb at the ready, but again, they're low as well. They're going to be forced back for the moment.
Yeah, this is not unreasonable. Again, when you're playing this sort of Genji composition, it's all about the ultimates, getting the ultimates online. Hypnotic just needs to build up this blade. He's lagging a little bit behind. Liam Fox already has the nano online. Want to get that one firing. And honestly, you'd like to have gotten it online before Tamagayaki gets that trance. We're getting into the territory where that trance is going to be online for the first blade, which does mean there's an answer to it.
Pulse bomb on the ground, gets nothing. Tamagayaki pounced upon Hypnotic, finishing off finishing off the Zenyatta. If you're going to Dragon Blade, worry about trance. Why not just remove the trance in the first place? The Dragon Blade comes out, it slices through to Star and McNatty, get kills back, and now there's a Dragon Blade in turn from McNatty, hunting, trying to find Hypnotic, but in the end will be forced out of the duplicate form. But once you pull the Echo out of duplicate form, that just gives them access to sticky bombs and that primary fire. McNatty turning the tide of the fight there. Kraken Academy still holding on.
Yeah, it looked like Firescale might just break through there, but McNatty turns it around. Some great play from the Echo there, cleaning up the tail end of the fight. Now with a minute left on the clock, things are looking pretty nasty for Firescale. They've swapped Sneaky over to the Doomfist, just trying to make it happen, but look at the defensive tools that are now available to Kraken Academy.
And Transcendence comes out from Tamagayaki. As Kraken Academy holding firm. They had all the healing they need, and they put it to great use, flexing back, and now Firescale in a dire position, cut just before the end of point 8, only 30 seconds left on the clock.
Yeah, they're going to have one chance to do it. The silver lining there is I think Kraken Academy over-invested into that one. They didn't really need the Transcendence. They didn't really need the Gravitic Flux either. By using both of them, they are tools that are not on the table here. That said, this next fight, it's going to be a completely neutral fight for Firescale. They've swapped their ults again, and there's a Bongo on the field here now as well. Ooh, that's rough.
Yeah, the brawl is what they need, but they have to get close enough to put it to use, and they're not going to be allowed. Nanki and McNatty plugging away with the damage provided by that supercharger. In the end, Firescale held 76 meters into the point just before the first point.
Yeah, not the ideal position to be in, but it's definitely possible to hold it here. You might see Firescale going for that early spawn door defense just to give them an extra fight here, because honestly, if they go and try and pick the fight at the start of the courtyard, they're not going to get a second fight. So I feel like they have to go for the spawn door hold here. It's a risky gamble, but what other options do you have?
I'm not too fussed with that. From a spectator perspective, I love seeing those spawn door holds pay off. They will be in dire straits. You explained it before. If that doesn't work for them, if they get run over, Kraken Academy brings out something surprising like the Bastion, this defense could be short-lived. If they do go for that, of course, they'll get that second fight. So all eyes will be on Kraken Academy, seeing how they want to deal with what Firescale pulls out on them.
Yeah, I mean, we saw last night, we saw a Bastion come out the spawn doors, but they came out on the low ground. If the Bastion had rolled out on high ground, it would have been so dangerous for the defenders there. So there's definitely a way to make that one work out, but it doesn't look like they're going to bring out anything particularly silly on either side here. And Firescale looking like they're setting up in the courtyard. They're not going for the early hold here. So they maybe they're going for an early hold in the alley rather than right on the spawn doors, maybe trying to hold the bridge. They do have some environmental tools, but it's still risky, and you still have they're backing off to the courtyard. They're trying to do this in a very precarious position. They're just committing all to this defense and just going, we can't afford to lose a fight.
Almost a straight mirror coming out, just the Brigitte and the Zenyatta, the difference in this battle. As you said, they move back into the courtyard, relying on that long-range damage from Sneaky and Hypnotic to get the job done. Oh no, with SJC going down, the big shield is gone. It'll be up to T-Bone to keep the team protected, but that Sigma barrier, not quite as strong or versatile as an Orisa is. And of course, the Fortify Nanki, feels the full force of Hypnotic, is taken down in turn. And Magnati opening up, picks up to this, tearing this defense apart. The cart approaching that golden box of victory. It might be it for the map. Kraken Academy look like they want to move on to match point and get that prize over and done with.
Yeah, in the end, Rialto going very much back in the way of Kraken Academy. Firescale struggling to get the outcome there, but it wasn't quite as bad as those early matches. It's definitely an opportunity here for Firescale, but Kraken Academy, it's on them. The pressure is on them. They're playing this so well. We're seeing them focus down SJC at the start of these fights so often. And it's really rough being a main tank when you've got a lot of damage coming in from the front, but also damage coming in from above. Echo harassing these main tanks, them taking enough chip damage, then the focusing beam comes out, and suddenly you are taking unhealthy amounts of damage as a main tank. It's just not a fun position to be in, and as a result, SJC is just getting outright bullied. That's why we're seeing them drop so early in so many of these fights.
So from the looks of it, these teams, the biggest difference is in that front tank line. Odos, Pirate, and Star are just able to do so much work, given that it feels like they're not getting as much pressure coming through, and that's unfortunate for Firescale, because if you're losing your tank line early, as you said, it's hard for the rest of the team to do what they need to do. The DPS don't have the protection from the tanks. They feel more oppressed. They just have trouble opening up and doing the needful.
Yeah, and I think the difference is in that targeting. Firescale, they're trying to deal with the Kraken Academy DPS. The focus is on those heroes, and in theory, they are softer targets, but at the same time, they're not playing in as exposed a position. As a result, they're not getting the kills fast enough. The healing support from Kraken Academy is there. As a result, those first kills overwhelmingly going through in favor of Kraken Academy. And yeah, when you lose your main tank, that's not a good sign for the rest of the fight.
Especially when you hold where you did, you only get the one fight. But Firescale, look, they've shown a little period where they do know how to play on Volskaya. Now they get to pick a control map. They'll be picking Ilios, that sunny climate, hopefully a bit better for them. Although the climate there, I suppose, is the complete opposite of Volskaya, which they thrived on last time. Cold and icy, warm and sunny, a little more Rialto-like weather. Hopefully that doesn't affect the way they play, and they're able to pull out another map win. Otherwise, Kraken Academy will be the ones going home with the prize. They're on match point right now. PowerAnchors, and aside from Volskaya, they're looking pretty well set to take it out here on Ilios.
Yeah, every map they've picked up, it's been decisively in their favor. That said, Volskaya wasn't all that close either. Firescale managed to get in control on that one. Problem is that Volskaya is an assault map. Assault is a slower, more methodical game mode than all of the others, and we're going into a control, which is the exact opposite. You couldn't be further from that here. Kraken Academy, they won our last control map 100-0 on both stages. So a lot of pressure on Firescale here and now. Kraken Academy, they're looking in a great position to win this one.
So Firescale, this is it for them. If they need to pull out all the stops, nothing can get by them. Hopefully the well is kind to them, and Kraken Academy goes back to sleep in the deep, at least for the moment. So yeah, I'll be looking at the way they play around their tank line. They need to provide a little more pressure onto the DPS of Kraken Academy if they want to allow SJC and T-Bone to stay up front and keep them protected as much as they'd like to.
Yeah, I mean, it's rough because that's what they're trying to do. Like, there are a lot of people trying to deal with RC McNatty because... Sorry, they are McNatty. Like, on the Echo, you are getting out in the exposed position. You are vulnerable, but she's such a small, rapidly moving target. Not the easiest one to hit. And especially when you've got healers that are looking after her, very difficult to take that one down. But that has been the difference maker all so often, is just McNatty being able to get through the fight untouched, drop some high-value targets. They're incredibly good in the cleanup once things have started to fall apart. And even when it's not McNatty, Nanki putting in some incredible long-range DPS a lot of the time on the Ashe, also playing some incredible Genji as well. So I mean, at that point, you've got a really good projectile and hit scan player who's just providing incredible long-range threat. How do you deal with that?
And it's interesting, yeah, I'm looking at those heroes that Nike has played, Ash and Genji. You don't often see DPS players flexing across both projectile and hit scan, but it's so good you can leave Magnati to play Echo, which theoretically is anything that the opponent is throwing at you, but then you've got Nanki. You can say, okay, we want to play double projectile, we want to play double hit scan, we want to play one of both. It's great flexibility to have, and they're showing they're no slouch on either. Back on the Genji, which we saw those Dragon plays before putting out a lot of work, but now the tank line from Firescale looking a little different.
Yeah, look at this pick comp coming out from Firescale. This is just all aggression all the time. It is designed to kill things and kill things quickly. So far, that's exactly what they're doing here. They pick up the first fight pretty decisively here. This is a very dangerous comp to be playing in, especially running dive against, because it is just all about punishing heroes that are off on their own, trying to catch them with the hook, trying to knock them around, Doomfist one-shotting people, Wrecking Ball knocking people around. I mean, this is just, it's so much CC and so much insta-kill potential here. It is so dangerous.
Nanki is already off the Genji onto the McCree. That flashbang, hopefully a little bit of a benefit boon to the team. SJC gets the pile driver in, but gets eliminated from the fight. Hypnotic and T-Bone use the distraction wisely, picking up 2 kills of their own. It's Hypnotic bouncing around the field, using that mobility that Doomfist provides, just to get in, get out, after causing such chaos there. 90% of the way to that Meteor Strike already.
Yeah, and that's sort of how this one works. You don't mind if you lose someone in there, just as
being
long
invested.
as it's
Comes down on top of Magnati. The Echo was sitting on the ground for once. Hypnotic hunted down Odo's Pirate, securing that kill. Oh no!
Oh no!
SJC grapples their way out of the well. Almost an unfortunate event. Firescale still in control of the point, up to 55%. Hook comes out from T-Bone. Mutnik, it's burnt down very low. It's eliminated from the fight. Odo's Pirate hunting down both the supports. Primal Rage invested trying to kill. Oh, there goes the Ana off the side. Liam Fox going for a swim in those lovely Greek waters. This is the fight the Kraken Academy were looking for. Odo's Pirate leading the charge. The point flipped back to 70% to Firescale.
Yeah, really good opening there from Firescale, and I wouldn't be surprised if they stick with this composition. It's just such a dangerous one. It doesn't provide a lot of protection for the rest of the team, but I mean, you look at those DPS, neither of them need protection. You've got Echo in the sky, you've got Doomfist around. They're not relying on tanks to keep them safe, and this is a comp that trades really well. As long as you're getting kills, it doesn't matter if you're losing people, because almost everyone on the team can kill by themselves. And it just makes it so dangerous when you start deconstructing a comp that's designed to work synergistically.
An early rally used there by Aprilla to provide a lot of armor to the rest of Kraken Academy. Firescale waiting it out. Liam Fox threading the needle, providing healing for Sneaky. Great communication there with your Ana player. Not great bio grenade on top of Odo's Pirate. It's going to force the Winston back as Magnati has a Meteor Strike coming down. Oh, finds the Ana in the room. Not going to secure the kill. Gets slept for their effort. Sneaky with the rally. So both the duplicates, both the Echoes and either team duplicating well, getting the job done. Hypnotic finds Star out of mech, and in the end, Firescale flipping the point back.
Yeah, 58% takes a long time to flip the point here on well. That means that we're probably heading into what is a last fight territory here. Firescale able to hold out here, then it's so far so good. Question is, can they keep this sort of pressure up on the other maps that don't have a big pit in the middle? That will be the question here, and of course they're not there yet. T-Bone going down early is a bit rough.
They lose Magnati in return. Meteor Strike coming down in that small help pack room again. Nanki able to dodge away. The Deadeye invested and immediately removed. Mutnik gets a nice flail kill onto Tamago Yaki. As Firescale still in control of the point. They got Mutnik's rally keeping them all armored and so difficult to kill. Overtime is burning down. Just the stragglers left. Once they're cleared off, it will be Firescale taking the first round here on Ilios.
Yeah, pick comps are just so dynamic and so hard to play against if they're played well. And that's the one place that Firescale really has shown they're excellent at, is playing these high-risk, high-reward style gameplay. They really just, it's really rough to play against it, because any other composition, if you delete one of their big damage dealers, you immediately feel the pressure being relieved. Yeah, we got it, but against this sort of composition, you have 4 major threats to you in both their tanks and their DPS, all of them capable of taking you down without any backup needed. And so if they're able to even so much as trade evenly with your DPS, in the end, you're not going to have the DPS to win the fight because it's just so much front-loaded damage. And we saw that all over that round. Looks like we will be moving a little away from that here. They can't quite commit to it as heavily away from that well. But Sneaky's going to be on the Sombra. They're going to get that big health pack online in their favor. And it's going to do a lot for disrupting McNatty as well.
Also seeing a Widow out from Nanki and Star, taking T-Bone's lead onto the Roadhog. There's no big well here to make use of. It's Nanki on the high ground looking for targets of opportunity, but it will be Aprilla getting the first opportunity to take Hypnotic out of the fight. Nice work from the Brigitte. The pile driver down from T-Bone built up a lot of those adaptive shields in the end. McNatty finding Mutnik and Liam Fox down thanks to the Doomfist. Support cleared away. We'll see Kraken Academy taking first control.
Yeah, they've come out and they're not messing around here. We see Star swap over to the Hog and just go, fine. If you guys are going to run Hog, then I'll run Hog as well. Let's see how you like my hooks. So far, the answer is not particularly much because that was some very effective Roadhog play coming through there, shutting down some key members. Immediately, we see the comp swaps coming through from Firescale and transitioning over to a long-range game mode, and T-Bone's going to go back to the Hog as well. So we have the pulled pork with some long-range DPS. Look at Nanki, 88% towards the Widow sites already.
Yeah, double hit scan facing into that Widowmaker though, making their life a little more difficult. Taking the duel against Sneaky, shots traded either way. Nice hook onto onto Star, going to be healed up courtesy of the rebreather. Nanki going to town on Firescale right now, picks up 2. The infra site is online, nowhere to run for Firescale. T-Bone gets McNatty, but in the end it will be a retreat for the moment for Firescale.
Yeah, it's rough to push into a Widow here on Ruins if your Widow is not able to win the duel there. They're not able to easily get the pressure onto it, and so far that has been the difference there. Sneaky trying to get up in that Widow duel. We'll see if they can make it happen here, but 64% means there's not a lot of time left for the members of Firescale to get this one going.
No, we're going to see a pause here. That's okay. We'll use the time to analyze the situation. Firescale needs to take the point back, and a very aggressive position right now for Kraken Academy, but they've got so many ultimates to work with. They can buy a lot of time at 64% already. In Firescale, even if they do get to the point, they may not cap it until overtime has been triggered.
Yeah, absolutely. I would not expect them to be able to flip the point short of about 90%. So definitely not expecting them to be able to get it quickly. I mean, they're still waiting for their main tank to respawn, which is the main reason we can see the members of Kraken Academy be so aggressive here. But also, the further forward Kraken Academy is, the harder it is for anyone from the members of Firescale to get on Nanki. Nanki can sit back 2-3 fight lengths away and just know that even if they swap to a high mobility hero, they're not closing that distance without being seen. And that means that they can just really focus on being the Widowmaker, putting down that long-range threat and denying any of the approach angles there. It's so nasty to play into. This is one of the best Widowmaker places in Overwatch. And so absolutely, if you've got the dominant Widow there, you do everything you can to set them up to win.
Sneaky and Hypnotic will need to step up their game to take the fight to Nanki. I mean, you've got 2 long-range hit scan DPS versus the 1. You can't be letting Nanki get the better of either of you. Otherwise, you've just given McNatty all the room in the world they need to work. If 1 DPS is taking on 2, I mean, who's countering McNatty?
Yeah, it is the question, and honestly, the answer to that is probably T-Bone on the Hog. It's really all they've got to try and CC that Doomfist. A good hook will put him out of commission as long as he hasn't been able to already get some abilities off, get some extra shields on him. So you've got to catch him early, but that's the best bet they've got against it. Maybe the Brig as well. I mean, you do have that stun and whip shot there, so you got a couple of tools there, but I think you are relying on your Hog and your Brig to shut down McNatty while you hit scan try and deal with Nanki. Meanwhile, you've got to worry about Star's own hook. You got to worry about your enemy Orisa, and there's not it's not going to be easy to push through this position here. So we could be going over to Lighthouse with a 1-1 scoreline.
Well, Tamagoyaki has the Nano Boost built up. I'd like to see, I want to see a Nano Booster Brigida take on the Doom. Oh, no, sorry, of course you can't take on McNatty on your own. What am I saying? There is no Nano Boost available for Firescale, but you know what? I still want to see the Nano Brigida. Take the fight right to Sneaky. Use that damage reduction provided by the Nano Boost. Get up close and personal with the Widowmaker. Make them regret the day they chose to play hit scan DPS.
Brigida has definitely been the hero to make people regret playing other heroes, but it's not usually the hit scan DPS that's suffering from that one. Still, it's going to be hard. Like, there's so many ultimates available here, including some great anti-snowball ones, such as Odos Pirate's Supercharger. That is going to potentially shut down what could be the last push opportunity for Firescale. I suppose the one thing you've got going for is there's not really a lot of people who can take advantage of it, but you know what does take advantage of a Supercharger quite well? A whole
Widow body shots?
Widow body shots, but the Widow's probably not going to be in the right spot to be in range of it. But yeah, Star whole hogging with the Supercharger going, it's going to be absolutely brutal. You can mulch through a team in no time flat. You can absolutely expect that one to come out. And, if they play it patiently, wait until Firescale have to commit and then pull it out, there's really going to be no opportunity for counterplay coming from the members of Firescale other than maybe getting close enough on the Brig in the first place to land that shield bash.
Yeah, but she's going to have trouble getting close enough. That damage coming out. Oh, yeah, it's with not only the damage, but the knockback. It's so difficult, and there's no Ana there. So it looks like Kraken Academy has all the tools in their bag. They haven't left any for Firescale to use, and things aren't looking good for them. They had that first good round, but they can't let Kraken Academy get any more footholds in this match. There is no more room for error, no mistakes, no slip-ups. Firescale, they need to win here on Ilios if they want to keep their championship hopes alive.
Yeah, a lot of pressure on these players as well. You can definitely see some cracks here. Like, the pause has actually come out as a result of one of their players actually experiencing some discomfort right now, I guess is an understatement, but having some health issues, and this may have a negative impact on the match, but we'll see as the pause is removing now. And again, Firescale, they need to make this happen. Hypnotic's actually going to swap over to the Doomfist. It'll allow them to close the distance a bit more, but they still need to get in on Nanki. There's not going to be time for a second fight here. This is do or die for Firescale, and as we said, they're going to be playing into this whole...
Oh, Nanki finds Hypnotic through the tree. That is filthy. Another headshot onto T-Bone forces the Rebreather and the Immortality Field to be used before Firescale has even touched the point. T-Bone cops a bio grenade to the face, unleashes that whole hog, removes Star from the fight. So that's the road hog, that's the whole hog gone for the moment. Firescale using that opportunity to make their way to the point. Overtime has been triggered. They need to cap the point. They can't let Nanki do what Nanki does best. Hypnotic again removing the fight. Finds Sneaky. Nanki, you freak. T-Bone takes McNatty out of the fight. But you're not dealing with this Widowmaker. Has the infrasight online. Just sitting in the backline, plugging away Liam Fox in their sights. Mutnik takes down Aprilla. Stark taking out Liam Fox. Supports traded for other teams. Firescale, though, eventually have the numbers and the Supercharger in their favor. They're going to recapture the point.
Yeah, T-Bone absolutely made that one happen. Getting Star off the map, denying the potential of that Supercharger whole hog, absolutely huge. And then continuing to go up huge in the rest of the fight. I mean, when you're on hog, it's one of the heroes that you're not as scared of the Widowmaker as most people would be. You're able to aggress forwards. And now we're going to see a whole hog coming out from top. They get hooked into it immediately. Oh, the counterplay from Star.
Wow, that was a nice hook there. McNatty finding Sneaky. Going to give Kraken Academy the opportunity to march in, retake the point. They want to finish out the map here and send us through to Lighthouse quick smart. Mutnik going very low, being pressured down. McNatty is going to be the beneficiary of the nano boost. This Duke is doing so much damage, trying to hunt down SJC, who's got a lot of healing there available, with the uppercut going to see Irissa flying into the air. McNatty still looking for a target. SJC doing a really good job surviving on the point thanks to the healing available, with T-Bone back on the Wrecking Ball, gets eliminated from the fight. There's a infra site coming through for Sneaky, but all that means is you're going to see Kraken Academy lined up on the point. They're in control. Point about to be flipped back. The Meteor Strike from Hypnotic comes down to the backline, but is immediately removed by the tanks. Wrecking Ball now on the point. T-Bone has those adaptive shields, but the 6 players of Kraken Academy on the point, they're going to melt through those adaptive shields. We are going to Lighthouse, 1 apiece here on Ilios.
Yeah, this is getting very tight. The good news here for Firescale, Lighthouse a lot harder to get away with those incredible Widow plays here. And all the environment around them means that maybe they can go back to the same sort of thing they were running on well. They might have the opportunity there. But again, it's really, really rough. You're in a rough position here because it seems like they're having their best results when they're pulling out these compositions that are basically unexpected. And it's when they're going to these sort of more gimmicky comps, Firescale are making it work. And if you're just relying on gimmicky comps the whole night, it's not going to work in the long run. It's the element of surprise that gets a lot of success out of these. So it can be hard to do. Looks like we're going into another pause here now. And they are going to be playing another variant on this pick comp here. SJC on the Winston means that it's once again not as aggressive as it was before, but T-Bone on the Wrecking Ball has been putting in some great work, getting the big slams. And again, you've got Hypnotic on the Doomfist. A lot of walls in and around that point to punch people into. Thing is, Armagnati has been the dominant Doomfist in these matchups, and again, you see that in there, as well as Nanki back on the Genji.
Yep, at least the pause this time came out in the opening. We're not going to be worried about any players losing ult charge or taking their time to get back to the fight. The teams make their approach. Currently no one going near the point, but a high ground approach from Kraken Academy. We can't met by the low ground for Firescale.
Yeah, Firescale looking to get in aggressively. It's a good
what a fire grenade.
Great fire.
5. Kraken Academy being pressured down. Nanki finds a kill onto T-Bone in the middle of that, so a good start for Firescale, but now the supports have been able to heal up Kraken. They're going to move right onto Firescale. Liam Fox removed from the fight, as is Mutnik. There's no healing coming through for Firescale. They're going to be forced off the point. Kraken Academy looking to take the first control here.
Yeah, a huge biotic grenade coming through from Firescale. The commitment doesn't follow through. In the end, T-Bone ends up in there alone against everyone as they drop back into that room. It's tragic that they weren't quite able to get that one happening. Now Kraken Academy, they've got the early point presence, got a lot of ultimate out of that fight as well. We're basically going to be seeing a Nano Blade coming through from probably the next fight, unless Firescale doesn't even pressure them enough to warrant that one coming out. And we're seeing a composition switch coming through from the members of Firescale here as well, which is only going to reset the ultimate economy further against them.
That it is. We see a dive coming in onto the high ground, going to be met by the Dragon Blade of Nanki, who hops a bio grenade to the face and does diminish some of the effectiveness of the Dragon Blade, who gets knocked off, able to wall climb back on. In the meantime, Firescale have been picking up the kills. They make their way onto the point for the first capture here on Lighthouse.
Yeah, that one works out in the favor of Firescale. They managed to get the kill onto Tamagayaki, so the blade doesn't end up being a nano, and that is so much easier to deal with. The Genji not having the extra defensive capabilities or the extra damage means it's a lot easier to just play around him, and that's exactly what they do. They manage to deplete the rest of the members here, but it still means you're dealing with another 5 ultimates about to be online.
SJC all over Armagnati, but this Doomfist able to handle the pressure. The Nanoboost onto SJC, we met by reciprocal Meteor Strike coming down to Liam Fox. That's what you get for putting in Nanoboost onto SJC. They do remove Armagnati from the fight, but it's too little, too late for Firescale. The rest of Kraken Academy is there with the cleanup. Even as Firescale builds up past Kraken Academy's percentage, they're going to lose the point.
Yeah, 47% on the clock, but that's not a terrible position to be in. Certainly would like it to be a little higher, but you've got a lot of ultimates coming into this next fight. Sneaky's got the duplicate, and we're going to see that come out straight away. We're going to see double Doomfist coming down.
Oh, Sneaky though, burnt straight out of the duplicate. Mutnik's a rally, not enough to keep that duplicate in the fight. Hypnotic picks up 2 kills. That's a great start. Those are the supports gone for Kraken Academy. Firescale taking advantage of this opportunity to march straight onto the point. Armagnati picks up 1. The Fire Scale, they're staying in this. They don't want to go down without a fight.
Yeah, they definitely don't want to give this one up for free. 72% on the clock as the flip goes through. And honestly, the fact that Odo's Pirate pulled out the Primal was a big opportunity to farm some ultimate charge off that Angry Monkey. That's definitely going to work in favor of the members of Firescale here. We've got a few tools online, and Hypnotic's not that far from another Meteor Strike either.
Here comes Nanki's Dragon Blade. This time the Nano Boost invested in addition, and they use it to remove Liam Fox on the fight. Star finds Mutnik. The supports falling first in the last 3 fights. This is not good for Firescale right now. They need to hold on to the point. Kraken Academy, if they get it back, they'll be in 1-fight territory to close out the match and take home the championship.
As long as Hypnotic's still alive, though, he can sort of deal with not having supports there. Doomfist, very self-sufficient. He's making it work. He's picked up Tamagayaki as well. But it looks like eventually this one will be won out here by the members of Kraken Academy. It's just taking a while to clean those up. It will get to 99%. But in the end, they're not able to get that one through, and Sneaky unfortunately committed the duplicate into that one, so that's not going to be available here for the final fight. Bit of a rough position to be in for Firescale. They don't have a lot of tools.
They did get Aprilla's rally out, so not much on the defensive front for Kraken. Firescale, they can make it work. This Nano Boost will be absolutely crucial. Perhaps going on to SJC to build up the Primal Rage. No, it goes on to Hypnotic. They're relying on the Doomfist to do all the damage. Natty's Meteor Strike finds Liam Fox. They've had a beeline for this Ana so far. Hypnotic counters with a kill onto an Ana of their own. Nanki's Dragon Blade out again. T-Bone removed from mech and removed from life. That will be it. Kraken Academy hold on. They take Ilios, and they are your Division 2 champions.
Yeah, just an incredible performance tonight from Kraken Academy, who really were in control of this series almost the whole time. I mean, full points to Firescale. When they were good, they were fantastic, but it was just a little too inconsistent. They preferred... It seemed like in the head-to-head, they really weren't able to compete with Kraken Academy on the more meta compositions. They had to pull out some more gimmicky comps in order to make impact. And the problem with those gimmicky comps is they don't always work. And as a result, we see this scoreline at the end. Kraken Academy 4-1 over Firescale. Still a great performance from both of these teams.
Indeed it was, and I just don't feel that scoreline accurately reflects the season that Firescale had. They were so good during the regular season. Only that one loss. They looked really strong against all their other components, but I mean, we saw it, a three map win from Kraken Academy in the week that they played Firescale, and we see it here again, showing that they are the best team in Division 2. I'm hoping for a promotion from them. They can move up to Division 1, you know, Kraken Academy, or graduating from the Kraken Academy. They can become fully fledged Krakens, getting their tentacles on that Division 1 title perhaps next season. But right now, they are the champions. They take home their share of that $500. And I mean, so many players to talk about on this team leading the way. Odo's Pirate up the front, the new main tank player on the team leading the charge, sometimes quite literally, but mostly with that jump pack on the Winston.
Yeah, it's a really different play style on Odo's Pirate to a lot of the main tanks we were seeing last night. They play a more passive style. They really are very good at creating the space for the rest of their team. Certainly when they're diving, obviously the diver's there, but when they're playing the Orisa, they're playing a more patient style. They know that their DPS are going to frag out, and it's just their job to keep everyone alive until it happens. It's all about finding those opportunities and then making it happen. And that's absolutely what we saw tonight. But speaking of the tank line, Star, what an incredible performance here from the off-tank player as well. Always there to back up the main tank line, always there to help chase down the kills as well. Putting in a lot of work, very unsung position as well, but they were often so instrumental in having these successful fight wins and managing to play through having some issues as well where they're actually physically unwell for that last map and still putting on a great performance. And in the end, helping the team get through to the victory there.
And we can't go past the new additions to the team, Nanki and Aprilla coming in mid-season. And this team just shows that sometimes you bring in the right players, if you can get it together, you can take home the trophy. I mean, Nanki on that Widowmaker on Ruins was going absolutely nuts, clicking heads left, right, and center. And I just like the storyline that Aprilla got beaten by Kraken Academy earlier in the team and was still picked up. They recognized something in the support player and thought, you know what, we think you can make a difference in our team. They bring him in and, hey, now look, you're on a championship team.
Absolutely. I mean, Nanki, definitely the DPS star for the whole match. They were absolutely destroying things on the Genji or on that hit scan roll, switching back and forth, but both heroes, they were taking over games if they were left unchecked, and it required a huge investment of resources to go after them. The moment you invest those resources, of course, Armik is there on the Doomfist or the Echo, burning things down. In any case, it was just an incredibly dangerous partnership that just works so well together, because in any situation, the moment you put all your attention onto one of them, the other one just destroys you. And that's what you want from your DPS partnerships. You want that sort of back and forth play where if you need to deal with both of them, because either of them will frag out hard and just completely wipe you in different ways.
Speaking of wiping in different ways, this isn't the only match we have tonight, PowerAnchors. Coming up at 9 p.m. Australian Eastern Standard Time, ADSL2 Plus taking on PowerAnchors. It promises to be an absolutely legendary matchup.
It certainly does. I mean, we say sometimes that this is a tournament for Tier 3 and Tier 4 OCE teams, but this Division 1 Grand Final, this is a Tier 2 final. I mean, it's a Tier 2 match. It may not be a Tier 2 final, but it is a final, and they are Tier 2 teams, if you understand what I'm saying.
It's a Tier 2 final in my heart.
It definitely is. Both of these teams are contenders level teams. They've met up before. We knew that this was, well, we expected at least that it would be the grand final preview. And sure enough, they are going back at it head to head tonight. So stick around. We will be back at 9 p.m. to bring you that match. Stay safe. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back soon.
Yeah, what's up with it? 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 Yeah, with it. Yeah, what's up with it? What's up with it? Yeah, with it.
Jackie.
Yeah. What's up with it?
Yeah, blocks out the Deadeye. They're going to break a little bit through. Oh no, Myra slept. Still holding on to that Graviton Surge and Earth Shatter out.
Shiny Hero going down early is not a good start.
Oh yeah, this is backfiring instantly.
Taking out Temple. Oh, that's a big Diva Bomb.
Oh, great Graviton, and here comes Immortality! And of that Orisa, they're able to start moving the way forward.
Reflect, Bambi took Chris out of the fight.
To take down Ghostly.
Taken down by good EMP there from the side.
Side of things, but he said no, and would no!
Blade does come through, cleans up Merrick, cleans up Don.
Kicks there as big ones, and Ghostly gets two. Diva Bomb, that might do a bit of damage. It does.
Great job here. Deadeye as well to cover up a different angle.
Kaiju gets three! No, this is not happening! It's 100% he's close. Ghostly will get two. Like they're gonna use losing.
I don't believe and 1 HP are your Ascent champion.
Welcome back, everybody, to the grand finals of Ascent. If you're just joining us now, this is it. This is the big one, the Division 1 grand final between ADSL2 Plus and PowerAnchors. I'm PowerAnchors. Together with me, as always, is Temporal. And what an incredible, conclusive final match we're about to bring you.
The two biggest teams in the tournament, two contenders teams. I'm not just saying, oh, they may be contenders levels. These are contenders teams. ADSL2 Plus even made the playoffs. That's how good these teams are. And given the caliber of what we've seen out of them previously, I'm expecting this match to go into the wee hours of the morning, just like last night's second match, PowerAnchors.
Absolutely. All of our other playoffs have come to their end. If you're just joining us now, our Division 2 finals were just played before. Kraken over Academy managed to overwhelm Firescale to a 4-1 victory. But now this is the big one for all of the marbles, both of these teams playing for their share of our $500 prize pool provided by our sponsor, My Republic.
It's My Republic. If you are looking to stay home with Australia's #1 broadband provider for gaming, look no further than My Republic. Their fixed broadband plans and services provide ultra-low, ultra-stable latency connections, optimizing your gameplay experience. If you're a My Republic customer, you can enjoy exciting privileges, special gaming offers, and exclusive access to specialized gamer perks.
Absolutely, and as always, we'd like to give the shout out as well to the members of the community who have put in some money to help keep Ascent running. So again, thank you to Splash, Apollo, and Bloodborne for their support. But we've finally made it here, the end of the line. These two teams, they've gone head-to-head before in the regular season, and we predicted at the time this probably would be the Division 1 Grand Final. That prophecy has been fulfilled, and here we are.
Are you some kind of time traveler, Peronius? Peering into the future, maybe not time travel, just looking into that crystal ball going, I see the future?
It is a certain fondness when you spend enough time analyzing stuff that you begin to be able to make predictions and know that you'll probably be right. It is a good feeling, I'm not going to lie there. But this one, perhaps not the hardest prediction to make. These two teams did stand head and shoulders above the rest of the division. As you said, they are both contenders level teams, so they definitely have proven themselves. And in this matchup, ADSL2 Plus, so far, definitely coming into this one the favorites, but we've seen some upsets before in the playoffs.
That we have PowerAnchors in recent history has beaten ADSL2. They did that in week 3 of the latest season of Contenders Trials, but ADSL2 Plus in the regular season took their previous meeting 3-1, so it's a 1v1 now. We've got a grudge match on our hands. The victor of this will claim not only their share of the $500 prize pool, but bragging rights for the foreseeable future until they meet again in another tournament. And ADSL2 Plus, I mean, they've been in Contenders, they've been in Contenders playoffs. They also we've seen them before in an AOE tournament playoffs. They came second in the Champions Gauntlet, which you yourself casted.
Yes, we saw them going up against Forgiver. And, well, speaking of the Champions Gauntlet, been asked to basically give a bit of a teaser to maybe keep an eye out for that one, because we will be having another one of those sometime later in the year. For those of you who do not remember what it is, it was an invitational tournament to the best teams we could get to come along and play, and definitely a chance to see the absolute peak of OCE Overwatch. There will be another one there. As we said, ADSL2 Plus made it to the Grand Finals, went down to Forgiver, and they'll be looking to avenge themselves, I would hope, and I'll have the opportunity to do so with yet another prize tournament coming up later this year.
They will, but right now let's focus on the tournament we have in front of us. For ADSL2 Plus, we're seeing some changes from the last time these two teams faced off. Their lineup is Crocodile, Flying Luigi's, Jimmy D, Leprechaunic, Virginia, and Zealous, with Jimmy D and Virginia coming into the side. There's a slight change up here, though. They've got the big players up the front. Crocodile and Flying Luigi's were so solid on the tank. I'm looking forward to see what they can bring for us tonight.
Oh yeah, Flying Luigi's was absolutely disgusting on Sigma. I definitely remember that one. So many fights where they were just absolutely destroying their opponents. So look out for that one again. But, I mean, the PowerAnchors are no slouches as well. We have 4 Matt, we have No Toast for You, Lynx, Praetorus, Fatebringer, and they were trying to pull in Yifang into the starting lineup, so I imagine that will be their 6th starting player. They just haven't accepted the lobby invite just yet. And, I mean, Yifang has been around in the scene for such a long time. He's been coaching, he's been casting, he's been just a staple of the OC Overwatch community, always trying to help everyone around him improve. So it's great to see him here tonight.
It is, and I'm looking forward to seeing what the rest of the team can bring us. They bring back the support line. I really like the support line from PowerAnchors. Both of the players showed off a bit of Zenyatta play, and what I love seeing from teams is great Zenyatta play. Not always in the metas, you don't always get to see it, but when you got a Zen tearing up the opposition, pumping out the damage with that Discord Orb and building up to that Transcendence, which can be such a lifesaver, particularly when you're facing off against some great DPS players like Leprechaunic or even Flying Luigi's to that matter on the Sigma. So deadly that you need that big Transcendence sometimes just to get your team through a fight.
Absolutely. I mean, we've seen every time we go to Nepal and we end up in Sanctum. Oh, I'm blanking on the names. Every time we end up in Sanctum, it so often is Transcendence just to get onto that point, and we see Zenyatta's on the map from both teams for that exact reason. So, again, it's not the hero that we see. Zen is not the pick rate that we used to see from it. It's not 100% pick rate or near to, but there's definitely those key moments where they pull out, and teams that can play well around the Zen, get the target calls going, get full use of those Discords, definitely can help with melting, especially some of those tanks.
And they can. And melting is Leprechaun's specialty. Doesn't even need the Discord Orb. On the Ash was building up these bobs in record time, and even between bobs was nailing headshots left, right, and center. So PowerAnchors, they've had a little taste of the fury of Leprechaunic. They're going to be extremely wary coming into this match. Hopefully Lynx and Yifang are up to the challenge.
Yeah, we definitely hope so. But, I mean, I haven't... It's interesting because we know Lynx is a hit scan player, and historically Yifang has also been a hit scan player, so I'm wondering what heroes we're going to be seeing coming out from PowerAnchors. Are they going to be running a lot of double hit scan setups? Are they going to be running a whole bunch of Echo? Who knows? I mean, it's been a long time since I've last seen Yifang play, so maybe he's got a completely different hero pool from what I remember, but certainly there's a lot of very dangerous members here on the PowerAnchors side. I'm just interested to see what particular compositions they're going to roll out for. And just as a recap for everyone, it is a best of 7 series. We will be starting on Nepal as always. Thereafter, it will be moving through the maps, loser picking as we make our way through. We will be starting here on Nepal Shrine.
That we will. So no village for us as yet. I don't think we got there earlier today, no. But you know what? Maybe we'll finish off in the traditional way. Who knows? But right now, Shrine's such a nice big open map. It gives teams a bit of variety in what they can play. You're not worried about that contested space as on Village, and you're not worried about being indoors on Shrine. Jimmy D, I think you're baiting just a little bit right now. Not necessarily going to be sticking on the Bastion, though I wouldn't mind seeing it come out.
It would certainly be an unexpected move, whereas the PowerAnchors, they're coming out with, well, what is basically the modern variant of the tried and true notes. They're going to be running the May Reaper. No Ash for you, no Toast for you, rather, not no Ash for you. No Toast for you will be on the Sigma, so they're not rolling out with the Zarya, but it's still a very aggressive rushdown composition, trying to make full use of those May walls. The Leprechaunic also looking to leave spawn on the May, so this is interesting to see the match maze here. I imagine Jimmy D is going to just be dropping that teleporter and then probably going over to the Reaper as well. So we could be seeing very similar mirrored comps here. Difference is Flying Luigi's on the Diva rather than the Sigma, and that can be important because that defense matrix can do a lot for helping keep the basically helping trap the enemy Reaper if you get it there. If you can get the defense matrix on that, it means the Reaper's not healing from the Hellfire shotguns. It's an opportunity to take them out quickly.
Indeed, so bold choice from both teams, putting their last match DPS on the May play, but May be the name of the game. Coming in as both teams opt to go on the far side of the point, away from the cliff, not willing to test the other team's resolve. Virginia opening up the account, picking up format. Lynx goes down, and ADSL2 Plus looking to make an impact right off the bat.
Yeah, great opening from ADSL2 Plus. That Symmetra teleporter paying dividends. They get the early position, and then they just run this freight train of a comp straight into the PowerAnchors. absolutely dominate that first fight. And look at Zealous's ult charge, Coalescence at the end of the first fight. Crocodile's going to have his Shatter as well. That's going to set them up really well for the next fight. Meanwhile, PowerAnchors, well, they're having to swap over. They're moving the comp around. Link's going on to Sim is an interesting choice here, actually. But Praetorus is going over to the Brig as well.
Okay, so an interesting, a bold choice, I might say. Something onto the Symmetra, run in straight into the Earth Shadow from Crocodile, blocked by a Mei wall from Yifang. Nice reflexes from the Mei. Format picking up Jimmy D is a great start for PowerAnchors. The Gravitic Flux lifts so many members of ADSL2 Plus up into the air. Format's Earth Shadow is good to remove Crocodile from the fight. Fate bring it in the backline, has the Coalescence, but not going to need it. As PowerAnchors make their move on the point, they're going to cap it here.
Absolutely, they'll get this one cleaned up, but the remaining members of ADSL2 Plus doing a great job stalling it out. They're trickling onto the point one by one just to get the maximum amount of extra percentage out of it. With Jimmy D down, that will be the full reset coming through, but 53% off of 2 fights is pretty good progress there. Downside is PowerAnchors, they're now in a good position to hold it. They've got the Coalescence online, they've got the Blizzard online, and Lynx is getting very close to that Symmetra shield as well, so definitely some tools coming up for them to hold this point.
Lots of space and survival tools online for PowerAnchors. ADSL2 Plus going to be hard pressed to push in. Hopefully their connection is up to it, but Virginia is immediately disconnected from the fight, punted down by a great icicle from Yifang. Holding onto the Blizzard, doesn't need to invest it. Double walls.
Oh, here it comes.
That's the Blizzard from Leprechaunic, eliminated straight away. Just sat in line of sight of the turret. The Blizzard's out, but it's not making much of an impact. Yifang throws theirs over the top, and Flying Luigi's getting work done. Format and Link's removed from the fight. So what looked like an almost sure thing for PowerAnchors, coming off a little shaky. The Coalescence now needs to be invested by Zealous. ADSL2 Plus not content to give this up. A nice Death Blossom over the top of Jimmy B being absorbed. No Toast for you has so much healing. 640 health on this Sigma right now. Another great Mei wall going to trap Crocodile for the moment. As the counter wall comes from Leprechaunic, Earthshatter down, ultimate plenty in this room. It's very back and forth, but this fight not taking place in the point is always going to be favouring PowerAnchors. They've got control, they're building up percentage, and they're eventually going to come away with the fight win.
Yeah, this fight is still going on, and the longer it takes, the better it's going to be for PowerAnchors. Now with Crocodile going down again, the aggressions come through. They're going to chase the remaining members of ADSL2 Plus all the way back to spawn, and we're basically into last fight territory now. The thing is, ADSL2 Plus, they don't have a lot of tools available. Zealous is going to have another Coalescence, but that's all they're realistically going to be able to guarantee in this next fight. Meanwhile, Fatebringer's got a matching one, and Format just drops a huge shatter.
Drops ADSL2 Plus down to the ground. That's going to be the cleanup. Overtime triggered. PowerAnchors coming out strong, taking Shrine.
Absolutely. I mean, ADSL2 Plus got the early point presence. They had a great first couple of fights, but the PowerAnchors, they hit back so hard. And once they got the momentum on their side, they did not give it up. They played that so smart. There were a couple of fights in there that maybe got a little hairy and baited the members of ADSL2 Plus to try and commit ultimates in it to try and turn it around. In the end, PowerAnchors are able to hold through. They get the reinforcements back from spawn eventually, and it just leaves ADSL up the creek without a paddle. Thankfully, there's only so much momentum that can be brought in control. That's only one round away. Now we're heading into the Sanctum, and it's a full reset here for both teams. So an opportunity for both of them to get back into this.
Torbjorn's coming out for both sides. So definitely going to favour the side which captures the point first and sets up in that defensive position. But Ashes across the board, in fact, it's an almost identical compositions. Virginia and Fatebringer are the only outliers. As both teams engage onto the high ground, you want to claim this position. It's absolutely vital. Although once the point unlocks, someone will have to get down there to even contest it.
I mean, a lot of the time we see these, it's the first Ash getting the kill that results in Format gets a huge hold on the Flying Luigi's. Now the pressure's on. PowerAnchor is going to come surging forwards.
And with that ADSL2 Plus giving it up, they know they've been beaten for the moment. They're going to retreat, but they've built up quite a significant amount of ultimate percentage, especially when compared to PowerAnchors.
Yeah, I mean, that's what happens when you, I guess, get your key pick with a Halt like that. You get all the all the hit points from the off the map, but in the end, not going onto your DPS there. That said, tank ultimates tend to be the big impactful ones, so it's all you really need there. And Jimmy D getting an early kill onto your Fang is maybe an opening here for ADSL2 Plus, though. They might be able to make something happen with this.
They might indeed. They're pushing forward with it. Accretion straight through the amplification matrix. It's fine, no toast for you, but well protected. The Gravitic Flux now invested by the Sim. A brilliant use of the environment to protect themselves. Lifts up 4, smashes Flying Luigi's down to the ground, but Praetorus and no toast for you. Going to follow up, even as no toast takes a dive into the pit. Krook actually managed to flip it back, so very back and forth in the end. ADSL2 Plus coming out on top.
Yeah, and you look at that one. Leprechaunik got 3 headshot kills with the Rivet Gun on Torbjorn. I said PowerAnchors, they're going to be able to flip this one back off the tail end of the momentum there. They are going to be able to reinforce it sooner. So in the end, it ends up not being a particularly advantageous fight there. Oh, a late kill on the format. This could be a trade coming back again, and that's going to be really key.
Crocodile opens up with another hole, hoping for an environmental kill. It's not to be. Forced back into the small room. The Boda Grenade sending Krook down to 1 health. Will be finished off immediately after laying down the Supercharger. Leprechaunik has the Multicore, spreading it all over the point, making a treacherous place as Yufeng's own Multicore comes out. Killed in the middle of it after picking up Yufeng. So it's trades again. Another weird fight back and forth.
This is such a weird fight. The positioning is so... I mean, it's just everyone making the best of a bad situation, but everyone is just sort of all over this map here in their own little one-on-ones, and a lot of those one-on-ones are cross-map fights. It's such a weird situation. It does look like ADSL2 Plus are going to be able to eventually get control here. They flipped the point, but at 97%, it basically could not have come any later. Now they're in for the long haul. They need to lock this one down. Certainly possible here, but both of these teams playing very interestingly here with the rotations, trying to make the openings there. At the very least, Zealous does have the Transcendence online. Early kill on the Fatebringer's too.
That rivet flew straight across the map, nailed Fatebringer's head. Praetoros gets on back on the Crocodile, Flying Luigi's putting paid to any thoughts of progress from PowerAnchors. As Leprechaunik goes with the hammer, no, that Lucio is going to get away from you this time. Keep at it, mate, though. You're going to get there one day.
Yeah, we did see a hammer kill in our last matchup, and it's definitely something the players always looking to do if the opportunity's there. But Leprechaunik has been doing so much long-range damage with this Torbjorn. That really just goes to show what the highest level of Torbjorn actually looks like. Definitely not the low-skill hero people think he is.
To work, removes the turret and Leprechaunik. Krook puts Bob into the well, but the damage is done. Format following up onto Jimmy D. This fight's going to be over in PowerAnchor's favour. They can flip the point back. They're well placed to finish it off. Transcendence is duking it out on the point as a great Gravitic Flux lifts Zealous and Krook out of the action, gets them finished off. Just like that, PowerAnchors flip the point, and there's not going to be any contesting from ADSL2 Plus. I take that back. They are going to trigger a little bit of overtime, but it's too little too late. PowerAnchors, a bit of deja vu here. They're taking Nepal in 2 rounds, getting off to a great start.
Yeah, it's a good opening here from PowerAnchors, looking really solid here. But as we said, this is sort of a bit deja vu. ADSL2 Plus, they are a very dangerous team in their own right, and it may look, at least in that with the 2-0 result, that it was pretty one-sided. It was anything but. Both of these teams really pushing each other to the limit here. So we're buckle in because we're headed for a great match.
That we are, and I was particularly impressed on Shrine with Yufeng. We saw a fight where the Blizzard came in from Leprechaunik first, Yufeng flew in second, but then by the time the fight was over, it was quite a long fight. Yufeng was already double the ultimate percentage of Leprechaunik, so showing that they, you know, coming into this lineup against a player that's as good as Leprechaunik is, they can hold their own, and I guess being around for as long as they have, they've got the experience that coming into a final where you maybe haven't been playing within the whole season, it's not as daunting as it could be.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, there's just so many great OCE players in this lobby right now. It's a real treat to be here casting it. Looks like perhaps without any surprises, we'll be getting over to Scrims Row for our second matchup.
Absolutely no hesitation coming out from ADSL2 Plus. But they've thrown down the gauntlet to PowerAnchors. Do you want to attack or do you want to defend?
They have nominated to be attacking first, which I think, yeah, conveniently means that there won't be any swapping of teams, which is always good. So we will be seeing ADSL2 Plus continue to play from the left side of the screen. PowerAnchors playing from the right. The blue and the red, assuming we have default colors on, which I shouldn't actually assume.
No, that's all right. Left and right is good enough. And obviously we've got a nice overlay showing you which team is which. So we've got everything you need. And of course, if you need any reminder, we'll say things like Crocodile, the star main tank for ADSL2 Plus, making an impact. Though the stars of the show really, I feel, have been the Sigmas so far, the off tanks, Flying Luigi's and No Toast for You. There's a lot of them, both of them going at each other on, particularly on Sanctum there, and neither of them coming out on top, just showing you how good both these off tank players are.
Yeah, I mean, last time we saw this matchup, Flying Luigi's was by far a standout player. This time, not so much. I mean, they're still putting in a great performance, don't get me wrong, but they're not having that solo carry performance that we were seeing previously. And, I mean, that just goes to show how much extra pressure is being applied here by PowerAnchors. Bringing out a different lineup, it's absolutely putting the pressure on the members of ADSL2 Plus. Now the gates are going to be open, and are we going for the Tourbillon high ground rollout? I think we are.
Oh, please let this be a thing. Yes, we are going to see it. It goes straight through the Alderworth Hotel, the wall not quite cutting anyone off. I take that back, so they did cut one person off. But Lynx is fairly happy to be standing outside, but not so happy when they see the rest of their team annihilated by the defense coming out from ADSL2 Plus. A good start from the defending team.
Yeah, that's not a rollout I'm used to seeing here. And another wall cutting out Lynx. Extra ult percentage being farmed out by the members of ADSL2 Plus. Looks like they are sticking with this Tourbillon, so they're trying to make it work. I'm used to, if the attackers run out with a Tourbillon, looking to get up on the high ground and get a turret up there. So going through the Alderworth Hotel and looking to put it in there, I suppose, to deny any respawns. They really would punish if they get an early pick onto a support or DPS hero, make it that much harder for them to get back. But you have to get those picks in the first place. This is not something I'm used to seeing, so I'm still trying to work out how it works in my mind. But
well, there's the first pick. It was the Fire Strike getting onto Zealous. Yifang follows that with 2 kills on their own. They're making the Tourbillon work. Turret or no turret, this will be the point capture for PowerAnchors. In the end, they got the composition working.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know if this is... I've never seen this before, but it's definitely working there. I mean, we see the Tourbillons a lot in Sanctum, but on King's Row, as attack, it's just not something I'm used to seeing. It's absolutely working, though. That wall, however, could be a real issue here for PowerAnchors.
Yeah, with the gravitic flux being invested, No Toast gets crumpled to the ground, not quite being able to deal with the gravity, even though they are the Sigma with the universe singing to them. Molten Core on the table for Yifang, clearing some space in front of this archway. The Bob from Lynx, PowerAnchors really want to get through this archway. They don't want ADSL2 Plus to make any impact. The Earthshatter from Format lays him down. Praetoros getting most of the final blows there. The hammer kill is online. Yifang removes Zealous. That's probably why he was sitting on the Tourbillon.
Surely not. Surely there is a big brain strap behind this, and it is not just trying to get a hammer kill in the grand final. But either way, they now have the turret on the payload. It's a mini pirate ship as the PowerAnchors make their way through here. It's been the Song of Ice and Fire so far with Blizzards and Molten Cores. We'll see if that continues, because so far neither of these heroes looking to swap off.
Deadeye on the cart. Jimmy D has the sand barrier, making sure they don't die. Not going to get any value. Too many shields in play. Crocodile through the cart with the Earthshatter, lays down the attackers in Main Street, but not able to get any follow-up. Killed mid-charge by No Toast. Flying Luigi's comes back, removes Format from the fight turret. A Rhine for a Rhine. But right now, ADSL2 Plus are on top. They're going to force back PowerAnchors in a roughly advantageous position for the defense.
Yeah, a few trading kills, or rather just one, with Zealous getting picked up late by Lynx, but in the end, ADSL2 Plus are going to take back control of the payload here. That said, they used pretty much all of their resources to make it happen. Flying Luigi's is going to have the Gravitic Flux. But other than that, there's not a lot immediately online. That said, the Amp Matrix probably pretty close behind. No changes coming through from PowerAnchors though. They're still running the Tourbillon, even though they don't have access to, or they don't have control of the payload rather. But he is again pretty close to the next Molten Core. You can see that one working out.
This rotation is interesting. PowerAnchors going all the way around on the high ground. Smart play. The high ground definitely a great approach, and it's not often you see it here on Kings Row 2nd.
Yeah, I mean, their particular composition that they're running wants to engage, for the most part, in short range.
Now,
So it plays into the strengths.
Yeah, the defenders are now the attackers are now the defenders. Gravitic Flux and Blizzard invested by ADSL2 Plus to stop the trickery. Yifang has another Molten Core. It's frozen in the Blizzard, but able to pick off Leprechaunic before they were frozen. It turns out you can get the job done with Tourbillon.
Oh yeah, absolutely. And the big thing there is they commit 2 big CC ults together, and then Fatebringer just goes, okay, but I've got Transcendence. And in the end, it doesn't matter how much you've got there if you can't get the damage through. As a result, PowerAnchors are able to get that payload through the second point. We're into the third stage, 3 minutes 15 on the clock. Ultimates have been heavily invested. We are going to see a good defensive fight coming up here for ADSL2 Plus.
Oh, what an Earth Shatter. Laced has so many members of the attackers on the cart. This is the cleanup that ADSL2 Plus needed off the back of some fantastic tank play by Krug.
Absolutely. We knew, based on the ult economy, that was likely going to happen. I think PowerAnchors, they knew that they were about to get ulted into. They don't invest anything. But, ooh, a late kill onto Fatebringer there. That's going to be time off the clock that PowerAnchors are going to wish they have back. Now we see the aggression coming forward once again.
The speedy Deadeye there. It's just cover for Virginia to pick off Yifang with the Soundwave.
Hey, sometimes that's all it takes is forcing everyone into one position so that your Lucio can chase down the kills. Works out. Any kills you can get, it's more time off the clock, it's more ult in the bank of your teammates. Virginia's now got the sound barrier online as well.
The Earthshatter invested, blocked by a wall, no toast view, throws in the Gravitic Flux in addition, doesn't quite get any value out of it. It does force the immortality field. Flying Luigi's Gravitic Flux catches a couple, gets accretion in the middle of it, but it is too late for Lynx. Virginia finding Praetoros as Crocodile traded out, format getting the charge onto their fellow Reinhardt. But we'll see ADSL2 Plus PowerAnchors forced back for the moment, format willing to take advantage of that space. Okay, there's a Blizzard invested. Leprechaunic though gets killed in the middle of it. The Blizzard is down on the area. A Transcendence required from Fatebringer just to keep this attack alive. Dueling windows on the card. Amplification Matrix is out for both teams. It's an all-out brawl here, but it is favouring the defenders. They're getting the kills they need, no matter what Yifang has to say about it.
Yeah, it was a close one though. It really could have gone either way there in the end. ADSL2 and managing to hold on there. The fact that they've got Flying Luigi's there, putting up the shield, just denying that damage through, has been the difference maker. As a result, they're going to buy yet more time off the clock. We've got just over a minute remaining, and we've got a lot of ultimates online for the defense now as well. They've got both big tank ults.
Oh, here comes the Molten Core from Yifang, making the ground literally lava. Flying Luigi's has another Gravitic Flux. Virginia uses that as cover to pick off Yifang, but then the Molten Core comes into its own. Removes one. Jimmy D over the top, takes format out of the fight. ADSL2 Plus look like they might have been in dire straits, but they're able to bring it back.
Yeah, absolutely. It was, again, the ADSL2 Plus have been really stretched in all of these Part 3 fights. It's always been down to the absolute wire, but in the end, they managed to get the fight swinging into their favor. Now we're into last fight territory, 23 seconds left on the clock. And again, the attackers do have some resources coming in there. Format's got another shatter. If he manages to land a big one, it can crack this one open. There it is!
Hits 4 people, charges through, removes Crocodile from the fight. Virginia down, no sound barrier going to be coming online. Just the Amp Matrix from Zealous, but it's not going to protect you from a giant swinging hammer. Format leading the charge as overtime is triggered. PowerAnchors, they got the cart moving, but they cannot leave it, Peronius.
Yeah, they've managed to get it here. They've got a Deadeye. They've got the support ultimates as well. They've got some tools, and a Deadeye through the window can be very, very dangerous. There it is out there. Maywall is going to try and stop it, but...
Yeah, the cart pushing that wall down. The Deadeye held on for as long as they can. No value. Great hiding from the defending team. And now Jimmy D has one of their own. Use it to assassinate format. The Blizzard is on the cart to solidify. And ADSL2 Plus, they're going to stabilize at the end here, no matter what. No toast for you. Attempts, the cart stopping just an inch shy of the 3rd point.
And ultimately, that's not a bad place for it to be. It means that you're basically going to be requiring ADSL2 Plus to do a full completion. At least it got stopped up there rather than at the start of the Foundry section. So it was looking for a while they were going to struggle to get it around that corner. So in the end, not a terrible place to be. There's plenty of places to stop this one up if you are the members of PowerAnchors. They've got the means to do so. The question is, can they hold out against the ADSL2 Plus offensive? Because it took a little bit for ADSL2 Plus to adapt and really get themselves back into this match after the initial fights going against them. But once they did, they locked down so strongly there. We'll see if they're able to keep that momentum going as they move into their attacking phase.
I'm interested to see if Yifang rolls out on the defense with the Torbjorn. I mean, it'd be a shame to spend all that time building up your Torbjorn on attack and not whip it out here. You know, one hammer kill may not be enough for him.
And it does look like he is sort of trapped a little in the May Torbjorn jail, but he's definitely left spawn. He's on the point swinging the hammer around, so I think we will continue to see it. It's definitely an unconventional pick, but it's working out, and those molten cores are providing some real hazardous terrain that are picking up all sorts of kills. It's not something that you normally have to worry about, especially off a point.
So most of the all of the defenders hold up on that high ground. The accretion from Flying Luigi's finding 2 shields in the way. As ADSL2 Plus rotate through the Alderworth Hotel, they take position on the point and just dare PowerAnchors to come down to them. The No-Toast Views rotate it into the backline, throwing those Hyperspheres in, doing so much damage. It allows Format to finish off Crocodile. Just at a risk of contesting oh so low, but staying in the fight. Oh, eventually picked off Leprechaunic and Jimmy D combining to pick up 2 Flying Legions, finishing off Praetors. That will signal the end of this defense, as brief as it was from PowerAnchors.
Yeah, I mean, a heroic effort from them, but in the end, they're just not able to get the damage to bear on the members of ADSL2 Plus. It will be a relatively quick point A capture here. 5 minutes 30 on the clock as the payload begins to roll out here. Now we're going to see ADSL2 Plus take control of the streets phase. It's still a long way off any of the ultimates because of how quick that first fight was. And it's all going to come down to the first pick in the streets phase to determine where the streets defense point ends up being focused.
We see PowerAnchors actually ahead in the ultimate battle. ADSL2 Plus, these forward-placed heroes trying to bridge that gap a little bit. Amplification matrix there, just to give pause to thought from PowerAnchors for any kind of aggressive defense. Yifang finding Leprechaunic. A nice rivet through the air. So Yifang has been absolutely deadly with these rivets.
Okay, it looks like we have a pause coming in. One of the players, Jimmy D, has actually DC'd. That's really rough here for the members of ADSL2 Plus, because that's effectively a second pick in this team fight just as it erupts. So PowerAnchors going to be in a good position to retake control of this payload. There's no DPS remaining for ADSL2 Plus. Wouldn't be surprised if the moment the lobby unpaused, we just see a full retreat coming in through them now, because they know they're not in a position to win this fight. Best to cut their losses, try and avoid giving over too much ultimate charge to the members of PowerAnchors here.
And speaking of ultimate charge, Jimmy D being disconnected at roughly 70% of the way to that Bob's going to reset that ultimate as well. So instead of coming into the next fight in a 5v6 ultimate perspective, they're now looking at only 4 ultimates. PowerAnchors in a great position, not only geographically, but economy-wise, to maintain this defense for a little longer.
Absolutely, and we see the Hulk going out, trying to delay that retreat. PowerAnchors, they want to push the advantage while they can. They've actually managed to catch the tanks up in this room here. That's going to be absolutely huge. That's so much ult. And, they're actually going to commit the Molten Core into this one as well.
The Immortality Field were doing a great job keeping the tanks and the Lucio alive. Krook eventually goes down, but drawing out the Molten Core is probably a bonus there for ADSL2 Plus. And they didn't throw anything else in that they didn't have.
Exactly. The moment the Molten Core's out in there, the moment they get the pick onto your Fang, they all just jump into the lava. They know they're not getting out of that alive. Better to die to the Torb ult, which gives no ultimate percentage to anybody, than to actually go down to the rest of the team. So making the best out of a bad situation are ADSL2+. Now they're going to look to re-engage here in a 5v6.
Coming out the window, Krook looking for this Earth Shatter. The Bob on the field picks out Flying Luigi's. No Gravitic Flux available for the attackers. Transcendence on the field from Fatebringer, keeping the defense. Hale and Hearty, they want to hold right here where the cart is in front of the bookstore. The Hypersphere is coming out from No Toast View, doing so much damage. Another Amp Matrix as well is already built up, combined with the Sound Barrier from Virginia. It's going to enable them to survive the Gravitic Flux as they walk all over this Power Anchors defense. So much invested for so little gain.
Yeah, in the end, ADSL2+, they managed to get through that one. Not only get through it in good shape, but get through it relatively cheaply as well. They've still got both of their tank ultimates and the Bob. That should be able to allow them to post forwards here, and I reckon they'll get this cap across the line. I think Power Anchors, they have to... I don't think they're in a position to go for the retake. Look at how far back format is. It's going to be really... Yeah, they're not going to be in position to go for the retake.
Wow, a monstrous 5 minutes in the time back for ADSL2+ to simply complete the third point and level out the series. See if they're able to get the job done. A nice dynamite over the top is going to see a lot of damage going onto the attacking team, but met with a Bob, almost dives into the pit, but is able to rotate the thing, gets booped, but still not in the pit. Bob still plugging away with the damage, finds No Toast View as the kills coming through. Flying Luigi's picking up 2, Jimmy D picking up 3 in that fight. ADSL2+ marching towards map victory.
Yeah, they sure are. There's 4 minutes left on the clock. Arrow box of victory right there. Power Anchors, they need to get out, and they need to get out quickly, but they get walled off.
There's no Bob coming through from Lynx until that wall is burnt down. Yifbang eventually makes the way out. Bob contesting the car, gets stunned, going to be melted down oh so quickly. The supercharger online for format is going to pump out so much damage. And just like that, a great recontest from Power Anchors sees them hold.
Yeah, they will manage to pull this one out. They've had to invest everything that they had into that one. The only good news is that ADSL2+, they'd invested a lot to make that happen in the first place. Looks like we do have another DC coming through from Jimmy D as well. Definitely unfortunate there, but the real scary factor, if you're looking at this one, ADSL2+, they're very close to the Blizzard from Leprechaunik. Silver lining is Fatebringer also has that trance almost online. That'll be a good answer to that one. So it actually, with the way the next fight, ultimate rotation-wise, is looking, Power Anchors should be able to get through the next push from ADSL2+. And the moment you get that underway as well, you can start to set up the ultimate rotation, really dig in your defense. So this is actually a decent position to Power Anchors. They, as long as they don't overcommit ultimates into the fights, they could rotate this one through. There's a lot of time to burn off the clock, but they're not in huge amounts of danger, having managed to hold off that first push there.
No, they're not. And on the flip side, the last time Jimmy D disconnected, ADSL2+ came back and won the next fight quite convincingly, even into an ultimate deficit. So maybe, history plays itself out again. Maybe the disconnection is a boon to the team, not so much a hindrance. And Jimmy was only on 30% ult charge towards that Bob, so not too much loss. Able to build those up quite quickly. Positively deadly on the Ash. I was a little concerned when we came into the match and we saw Leprechaunik not on the Ash, given how amazingly deadly they were the first 2 times these teams matched up. But Jimmy D doing a suitable job. Maybe Leprechaunik just the superior May, so you have to play them on that hero.
Yeah, I mean, in the end, it comes down to what these heroes have in their pools. And certainly everyone wants to be the hit scan player of their team. But a lot of the time, it is the flex hit scan player who unfortunately ends up, or the flex DPS player rather, ends up in the May jail or the Torbjorn jail. Maybe not where they want to be, but it's just sort of the nature of the game. Sometimes, due to the meta, you just don't get to play your signature heroes.
Back in the day, you ended up in Brig jail, so there's just no end of pain for the projectile DPS. I mean, even in ranked today, you're waiting 10, 20 minutes for a bloody game sometimes. And that's why, folks, play tank and support. It's a more fun role and you get more matches.
I mean, I'd argue that tank is maybe not fun. It's a frustrating experience. Speaking of frustrating experience, Crocodile sent back to spawn immediately. Great shot from Lynx there. That's going to be another fight win for the Power Anchors here. Just absolutely fantastic for them. The more time they can get off the... Oh no! Fate Bring It Down is big. This is an opportunity now. Window for Leprechaunik to land this Blizzard without counterplay.
The Transcendence removed from the field. They have a Blizzard coming to this fight. Fatebringer will have to zoom out of spawn if they're going to counter the Blizzard, but the Gravitic Flux is the first ultimate invested by Notos just to forestall this advance. Leprechaunik gets one. Crocodile goes down again, the first to fall for ADSL2 Plus. With Yifang going down, there's a slight opening here for ADSL2 Plus to get the job done. Flying Luigi's the accretion onto Notos, who is showing just who is the superior the Sigma. The Blizzard now invested by Leprechaunik onto this endpoint, locking down the remaining defenders as the cart pushes its way forward towards that yellow box of victory. 4 meters left for ADSL2. They might just be able to get the job done here, but it's very difficult if you're losing Leprechaunik at the start of the fight. Virginia trades out for Bretoros. Flying Luigi's Gravitic Flux almost gets killed in the middle of it. Finally finished off by the Dynamite, but the damage is done. 2 kills are there. It looks like we might be seeing a slight retreat from ADSL2 Plus. The casualties just too much.
Oh, here it comes.
Jimmy D taking Fate Bring It Down yet again at the start of the fight. Plugging away, looking for the enemy Baptiste, trying to deny any healing. Leprechaunik eventually does the job, gets back with the Doom Fist. The tanks on the side for Power Anchors, not going to survive. Lynx is Bob out of the field. Can Lynx be the savior again? It may be the case. Bob gets 2, Yifang back out. Leprechaunik down as they trade out. Virginia getting in and getting nasty. Notos, though, goes down. Virginia wants to get the job done. No, will not be able to do that. The wrecking ball rotating around the cart won't be enough. Oh my god, Lynx the Bob the savior again.
Was right down to the wire in the end, not able to get the job done. ADSL2 Plus, they could taste that one. Now, because they've swapped over to the Speed Heroes to try and get back quickly enough to confirm that one through, they're now having to swap again. A lot of ultimates reset. Leprechaunik actually going over to the Torbjorn as well. So we're seeing this Ashtor played from both sides, but an early pick on a Jimmy D. It's going to see ADSL2 Plus in retreat once again. Down to 50 seconds left on the clock. And this is now looking very winnable for Power Anchors.
I was going to say it's appropriate that it was Fatebringer picking off Jimmy D, given Jimmy D's been picking off Fate at the start of these fights. Gets traded in turn, but will be back a lot faster and is a lot closer to that Transcendence. Yifang hiding in the corner with the Molten Core, unleashes it, gets accretion halfway through, but of course you can't interrupt the Molten Core. It gets straight back out there, but Leprechaunik is doing the damage. Notorious View answers back with 3 kills of their own, removes the Supercharger. Bob again on the field. Lynx has built his up so quickly. As ADSL2 Plus are down to 15 seconds left on the clock. They might not get this card home at all. Power Anchors looking to make a move in this match and go up 2-0.
It's still a scrappy fight here. Both teams not running their full members. A lot of trades going back and forth, but at the moment, Power Anchors with a respawn advantage are in a great position. Transcendence coming in from Zealous. This is going to be the best chance, but they need to convert into some kills here. It's not happening. The longer this fight goes on, the better it is for Power Anchors. Shatter goes in, doesn't land on anything, but they still trying to make it happen. Now the Transcendence from Fatebringer.
It comes out late and it may just be the one that makes all the difference. Lynx removes one, Yifang removes one, another Molten Core on the table, this time from Leprechaunik. But it's not going to be enough. The damage is there for Power Anchors. Overtime burning down. That is Kings Row going their way. They are up 2-0 in this series. Who would have believed it?
I mean, what an incredible defense there. They really dug their heels in to the final point there. Because, I mean, ADSL2 Plus, they made such good time through the rest of the map. There was like 5 minutes on the clock for that final defense almost. And Power Anchors, they're able to just pull enough resources out of ADSL2 Plus. They hold by the skin of their teeth on that box of victory about 3 times, but they manage to make it happen every time. In the end, that is the difference. They're able to hold this one out. As a result, they are 2 up in this series, making a strong play towards closing this one out.
So ADSL2 Plus, they would have come into this match with so much confidence. Power Anchors, led by Lynx, have been stripping it away. Those 2 clutch bobs as the cart touched that yellow box were absolutely vital in getting Power Anchors to the position they are in now.
Yeah, Unbelievable. It's great to see it. Looks like we'll be heading over to Volskaya for the second time this evening. Once again, no changes from these rosters. And is Torbjorn meta now?
I hope so. I mean, I love seeing Torbjorn. If it gives me a chance to play Torbjorn in matches and not be flamed for throwing, I mean, I'm all for it. And again, this is a map we can see Torbjorn on, particularly, well, I'm going to say particularly on the defense, but I would have said that about King's Row, and it turns out the attack Torbjorn is what got the job done for them.
Yeah, I mean, it's one thing to see Yifang really commit to this Torbjorn. It's another thing to, with a minute left on the clock, see Leprechaunik go over to the Torbjorn in order to try and get it across the line. So, I mean, it's not something I'm used to seeing. I mean, it makes sense. He's got a lot of shield break potential with that shotgun. He's able to get some long-range rivet kills as well if you have a good understanding of the bullet drop there. So he's a powerful hero. He's got a good kit, and ultimately that ultimate, very strong as well, especially with all the CC that's in the game, forcing people into that area. So, yeah, I guess he's a good hero, but it's just not what I'm used to seeing. Looks like we'll be heading back to something a bit more of what we're used to here with the Ash Echo comps, though, both teams pulling those ones out.
We'll see if the Echo is able to make a difference. Leprechaunik, I don't believe, showed up on it last week. That was Mucker's role. So another flexible DPS in this match, taking up a different role, projectile to hit scan. We'll see what kind of impact they make as the entirety of ADSL2 Plus set up on this high ground.
Big Dynamite manages to land in there, getting several people out. Five comes in.
Yeah, and it's Notos actually on the Winston right now. Format on the off-tank role, but Notos burnt down. Not expecting Leprechaunik to be sitting there on the Echo with that focusing beam ready and waiting to find a nice juicy target to burn down.
Yeah, that's set a late kill into Flying Luigi's by Fate bringing out. Oh, and Zealot's going down as well. They're still committing into this one.
The support's leading the way for PowerAnchors. And why not? I mean, they're doing such a great job so far. They're opening up this point, and that will be PowerAnchors sealing the deal on point A.
Yeah, it's just a bit of a hunt down to delete Leprechaunik. They'll manage to make their way back onto the point there. Thanks to the spawn changes, there's no risk of getting staggered and camped out there and then not being spawned for that second point defense, so that particular snowball no longer an option. Speaking of snowballs, Virginia does have the window available. The amplification matrix looking to shut down the snowball potential here from PowerAnchors, but they're going to be coming through with a lot of ultimates soon to be coming online on this one, so it's going to be a very dangerous push.
That it will be. We'll see just what ADSL2 can do to forestall the advance of PowerAnchors, and it will be Leprechaunik picking up an early kill onto Fatebringer, which will do that. It's a 5v6 now inside the second point here. And now it's a 5v4 with the Yifang being melted down by Leprechaunik. That will signal the end of this attack, even with Jimmy D going down.
Yeah, and I think it's not too surprising we see them jumping off the map. They already know that it's not a winnable position. So we see them making the retreat there. Just a couple of people staying around a little longer to get their ultimates online. And now that they've got that, there's nothing left to fight for. So we'll see the reset coming through from PowerAnchors. Now they're going to be pushing in with all of these ultimates. The interesting one is that they're running this Winston Zarya comp. It's really not the typical tank lineup you see. And we'll see how that actually unfolds as they try and push in here.
Well, they're going to have plenty to work with. Notos going down first yet again, followed by Format. Like, we're going to have to wait a little bit longer, PowerAnchors, to see how they use these ultimates.
Yeah, I think maybe it's sort of a case of catching PowerAnchors mid-transition in the tank line, because... And ultimately the aggression coming through from ADSL2 Plus, they're just taking advantage of it. They're catching these tanks out and deleting them, and it's just stopping these pushes. So see if that continues here. They're playing very forward on this defense because they know that, like, the main tank they're up against is Winston. They've got the overwhelming shield advantage here, and so why not take it to advantage?
There's 11 ultimates on the board right now. A veritable ultimate salad ready and waiting to be unleashed on the second point of Volskaya. Flying Luigi is a nice accretion, removing Fatebringer, removing the Transcendence from the fight. Bob's plugging away at each other. The Zarya bubble onto Lynx's bubble. We'll see it live it long enough to take his Leprechaunic out of the fight. They trade format. Invest the Graviton Surge. Trades going either way, including a Graviton Surge for... Oh, sorry, that was a Graviton Surge coming out from Yifang, who has duplicated the Sigma format back on the Wrecking Ball. Oh, sorry, returning to the fight on the Wrecking Balls. Leprechaunic now swaps on, duplicates the Winston, goes hunting, trips out Fatebringer into investing the Transcenders into this fight, has the Primal Rage batting people back and forth. Leprechaunic, eventually that wears off as a grab Flux now invested by Flying Legis. We'll see the end of Lynx and the end of this attack from PowerAnchors.
That was a really weird one because PowerAnchors, they lost Fatebringer really early. They still decided to go in on that one. In the end, they managed to bait out all of the ultimates from the defenders as well. Everyone expends everything that they have. And I suppose if you're looking to transition to a different composition, that is a win for PowerAnchors because you've depleted all of the ultimate economy from your opponent as well. So you're no longer just completely destroyed by resetting your economy. That said, it also cost a lot of time off the clock as well. I mean, it was a really weird fight, but I mean, if they were always looking and always planning to completely change this comp, it's ultimately a win for PowerAnchors.
Amplification Matrix, the opening of the engagement. Dallas cops a Discord, but Virginia flying through the Amplification Matrix, removing two. Fatebringer gets one back. It kills all the defense's way in this fight. PowerAnchors being sent back to the drawing board. Still 2 minutes on the clock, enough time to build up some ultimates.
Yeah, but ADSL2 Plus, they're really starting to get their heels dug in here. They've got some great ultimate rotation coming through. They're going to have the Supercharger and the Duplication available for their next fight as well. We do see Yifang moving over to the Ash, so back on the hit scan role they'd prefer to be playing here. That's why they dropped their own Duplicate in quite late in that last fight. See if they can make something happen, but the defense has really got a great situation here. I imagine unless they get some lucky picks here, defense should be able to weather the next fight.
Nice hack onto Krook, but able to use cover of the environment to keep themselves alive and in the fight. Fatebringer has the coalescence built up already, unleashes it as the opening maneuver. They're answering support ults coming out from ADSL2 Plus, as is both the tank ultimates. The Gravitic Flux lifting two people up, slapping them down. Leprechaunic finishing off two players in the air. And a great fight for the ADSL2 Plus, but very, very costly.
Yeah, definitely, and I think that's what you got to be playing for on these second point assaults. You need to try and make your opponent overcommit into those defenses. Now in this next fight, this is going to be the one PowerAnchors are aiming for. They're going to have the EMP online, they're going to have a Bob, they're going to have a Gravitic Flux as well. A lot of tools there. Meanwhile, on the defense, all they've got is a Deadeye coming through, so...
Lord, an EMP, it hits 4. The follow-up is there, courtesy of a Graviton Surge from No Toast, finishing off Virginia. Yifang getting in on the action, as is Fatebringer. The point cleared off. PowerAnchors looking to take the second point with no contest once they team wiped ADSL2 Plus.
Absolutely, and that's the sort of clean fight win you want for your assault modes. That is how you get this point. You don't end up having a stall forever, and it comes at just the right time. They're able to finish that one with 10 seconds left on the clock. That means they're always going to get another attack in the absolute worst situation, even if they're only getting a minute's worth of time bank to do it. So it's much better than the alternative of finishing with no time. Certainly better than being stopped up completely. But now the initiative moves over to their opponents in ADSL2 Plus. If they're able to blitz this map and set a fantastic time, it's still going to be very hard for PowerAnchors to bring this back. So there's still an opportunity here for ADSL2 Plus to get this map in there. These teams have been fighting so closely together that it would almost be a shame if ADSL isn't able to pick up a map soon.
Indeed, PowerAnchors, if they're able to hold ADSL2 Plus at any point in this map, will move on to match point and be one map win away from taking out the title and going up 2-1 in this, I guess, newfound rivalry between the two teams. It looks like their defense is going for the mostly Echo full dive, the Echo Tracer dive, as it were.
Yeah, have we seen much Echo paired with Tracer? I think that's a new one. It's
not in as I've seen a lot of that in North America in tiers 2 and 3, but I haven't really seen it here in Ascent.
Okay.
It's a good. It's like the Farah.
Yeah, it is. Yeah, it would be. It would be.
But interestingly, no Brigitte to support Yifang in the sky.
Yeah, I mean, you got the Discord Orb, and Anna can provide the healing as well. So there's definitely tools available there. It's interesting to see that Praetoros is now over onto the Zen when Fatebringer was playing that earlier. So it's good to see that both the supports there are very good on that. Now the dive coming in.
Yeah, ADSL2 Plus trapped in that room for the moment. All they've done is lure the defense in. PowerAnchors not quite able to put together a cohesive push on that grouped up members of the attack. And they pay for it in the form of point A being given up pretty much without a fight.
Yeah, I mean, it is hard because when you're jumping 3 or 4 people onto 6, you know, your supports aren't there, whereas the enemy team have them available. So picking those fights in the room, always dangerous. In the end, does not work out for the members of PowerAnchors. Now ADSL2 Plus, they've picked up the first point. They've got almost 6 minutes on the clock, and they're going to look to try and snowball this one through. We see immediately no toast for you going over onto the Zarya, so we even have them catching PowerAnchors again on this Winston Zarya tank lineup. Definitely an opportunity for snowball here.
Indeed, there is Leprechaunik in the sky, almost at that duplicate. It could be what makes the difference between a finish now and a stall out, though. Yifang hunts down their opposing Echo, removes them from the fight. Amplification matrix of Zealous, not quite enough to keep Yifang or Fatebringer alive. I take that around, sorry, is enough. Anyway.
Yeah, we see the commitment from ADSL2 Plus now. They drop the amplification matrix. They get a couple of kills, but they haven't managed to get enough done. And now reinforcements are coming back. In the end, they're going to have to retreat. Link's picking up Zealous as well. And oh, there they all come. There's the cleanup.
So great fight there from PowerAnchors, and they're sticking with this dive. And I find that you've brought up an interesting point. They're running dive, but they're running probably the 2 least maneuverable heroes there are. Two least agile support heroes there are.
Yeah, I mean, it's not uncommon for dive to be running supports that aren't as quick. You don't normally need to keep up with them, and especially on a point like this where they can just hang in the back in the high ground, they're able to provide long-range healing through the Discord Orb, through Anna's just inherent ability, so they're able to support dives at quite a long distance as long as they don't go into rooms or tight spaces.
A supercharger goes down for Crocodile as we hit a pause, so lots of damage coming out from ADSL2 Plus in this attack, and they've got lots more ultimates where that came from.
Yeah, an interesting one, and Yifang looks like has just popped the duplicate over onto
Baptiste.
Onto Baptiste as well, which is not a conventional one, but there's a lot of... Format actually just having some major ping issues. They ended up just face-tanking some damage there as they were calling for the pause. Now they're going to be able to push forwards with this nano.
Bob on the field, Link says Pulse Bomb is good, removing Virginia. Going to deny all that AoE healing that comes through from the Brigida. A Transcendencing Praetorus caught in the air by the Gravitic Flux as Flying Legions finishes off Fatebringer. That will see 1 support apiece for both teams. It's always going to favour the defences. Their respawns will come out a lot faster. And again, they repulse this attack. But ADSL2 Plus has plenty of time left in the bank.
Yeah, they've got plenty of time. We're going to see them shifting over now, changing up the composition. Jimmy D moving on to the McCree. Leprechaunik going to keep playing the Echo there. They're going to be coming in with these tanks. Yeah, no changes to the tank lineup there. And in fact, we're still seeing this... Really, it's just a really unconventional Winston Zarya tank lineup that just flies in the face of previous wisdom, but I guess it does allow format to get very aggressive with the bubbles.
And it allows Yifang to get in, get dirty, taking Virginia out of the fight, as well as Krook. This Echo knows no bounds, hunting down Flying Luigi's. They can take it down for their efforts, but they've done the work.
Yeah, 3 minutes left on the clock. They're buying time away, and they're building up their ultimates again. Once again, PowerAnchors showing that this is the top tier of Overwatch here. They're not overcommitting ultimates into these defenses. It's really stretching the members of ADSL2 Plus. And winning these fights without heavy commitments means that, again, ADSL2 Plus, they're still struggling to build up these ultimates.
I think ADSL2 Plus was going for a platform strat with Jimmy D building up towards that Deadeye, but they were spotted out by Yifang, and now as they come inside, they're being hunted down. The Gravitic Flux from Notos catches so many members. The Pulse Bomb is good. Removes Virginia, the Immortality Field, keeping the rest of the team alive. Leprechaunic burning down too. Jimmy D stuck in a corner, trapped by a rampaging scientist. Praetoros ends up finishing the killer's format. Goes flying off the side, but that's not good for the defending team as Kruger's taken up a position on the point, gets melted down. Lynx and Notos back out. They're going to make sure that this attack doesn't make any more progress. Just under 2 minutes left on the clock for ADSL2 Plus. They're going to have to get the job done soon, PowerAnchors.
Yeah, they're running out of time here, and they're having to reset their ultimates again. We're seeing some swaps coming over. Wait, no, I'm looking at the wrong team. Disregard that. We see Format going back onto the Winston after swapping it to the Wrecking Ball to get back quickly. So we are going to see ADSL2 Plus coming into the next fight with 5 ultimates. The only thing they're missing is the Amp Matrix. That said, a lot of defensive tools available here for PowerAnchors still. They've got the Transcendence, they've got a Nano online as well. So we can still see some big things coming through. And Notos for you, who used a grab in the last fight, mind you, already 75% to their next grab. That's absolutely huge.
They were so highly charged, pumping out the damage. Jimmy D looking for an opportunity to use the Deadeye, but being harassed down by Lynx's Tracer. Transcendent invested by Praetoros to keep everyone alive, and nice slam coming down. Jimmy D, the Deadeye comes out, picks up one, as does Flying Luigi's Gravitic Flux. This is the opportunity ADSL2 Plus are looking for. They've got position on the point. They've got PowerAnchors split, unable to form a cohesive defense. Time is, so percentage is ticking up past 2 ticks. Now it's just the stragglers coming out. Lynx has another Pulse Bomb, plants it onto Virginia, removing the Brigadier from the fight. But that will be all she wrote for this defense. ADSL2 Plus eventually getting the job done with only 15 seconds more than PowerAnchors had.
And it just shows how close this match is. These two teams fighting tooth and nail. Every tiny advantage in there. In the end, it ends up being so close. Both these teams only just finishing with time in the bank at all. We're going to head over into the extra rounds here. It's really going to come down to this Point A defense, because Point A went down fairly quickly for both teams on their attacks. So it's really going to be whoever can repulse the first attack here is going to be in a good position, because if they're able to wipe it through, I mean, yeah, it comes down to this Point A defense. Like, you don't have the time to cap B, you're probably not going to make it happen. If you can manage to hold them at A, then you're in a great position.
Yeah, the time bank difference ain't going to be that much. It may mean the difference between a support ultimate and not. I know Zealous or the Baptistes, Moiras are known to build up their ultimates quite fast, so maybe that will be the key here. The Zealous on the defense will be relying on a lot of damage being done by PowerAnchors, but no kills, so maybe, I guess a lot of the pressure will be on the attacking team to make an impact on both sides. The defense, all they have to do is get the right picks at the start of the fight, and they're going to make life miserable for the attacking team.
Absolutely, but it's not the easiest thing to do. We've seen that earlier. And you fang over onto the Genji now, so we're going to be having the Ashe Genji dive here. It's an interesting one, considering only a minute on the clock. It's not a lot of time to build up that Nano Blade that usually the comp goes for, but it tells me that they're trying to take the whole map. They want to win the neutral fight here and come into Point B with enough momentum to Nano Blade through it and pick up both. It's a greedy comp, but it absolutely could pay off for them.
Yifeng getting in the backline, dashing through, gets eliminated for their troubles. Virginia finding the kill there. But kill starting to come through. Lynx plugging away, picking up 2, as does Format. The Zarya melting down the Crocodile. And just like that, PowerAnchors, they're going to get at least a tick on Point A and may end up catching the whole thing.
Yeah, they managed to get the tick on Point A, but they haven't gotten the ultimate charge where they wanted it to be able to snowball through. So they're going to be hard-pressed to take the Point B. It's a good effort in the comp, and they're certainly going to make the attempt here as well. But Yifeng going down early means they're not going to have that Nano Blade available coming into here. In fact, their ultimate charge is spread very evenly across the team, which makes it difficult to get the snowball going. See what they can make of it as they aggress in here.
Well, Notos desperately wants to build up that Primal Rage. It may well be the deciding factor. Format highly charged, 90% charge, building the way to a grab quite fast, actually ahead of most of the rest of the team. pumping out so much damage on this Zarya as Notos and Praetoros get the first kills of the fight. There is a Deadeye on the side. Jimmy D copping a little bit of damage, will end up, not end up getting it off. Annihilated by Praetoros on the side. Zealous of Flying Luigi's trying to bring it back for the defense. But there's 2 tank ultimates available for PowerAnchors. Trapping the point. PowerAnchors taking both the point. 4 points taken in, what, just 8 minutes.
Yep, they've managed to get it through there. In overtime, they get the second point capture. That's going to set them up here. Now, if you're a member of ADSL2+, the pressure is on. They came into this overtime with extra time in the bank. An extra 21 seconds, it's not much, but it may be the difference between having 1 shot at attacking A and 2 shots. And in that, now, PowerAnchors having set the bar that, yeah, you need to use this time to fully cap, or we're going up to match point. That is an uncomfortable position to be in. We're going to have to see them pull out all the stops here, and that's unsurprisingly, we're going to see a very similar composition coming out from them because they need the snowball potential to make this happen.
I would not want to be in ADSL2+'s shoes right now. There'd be so much pressure on them, and PowerAnchors quite happy to keep putting their boot down and applying it. I mean, I don't understand it. How do you go from being so dominant during the regular season, going undefeated, dropping only 2 maps, to going almost facing down a match point 3 maps into the final?
Yeah, it's definitely a turnaround here. PowerAnchors, they have, I mean, we've said before, they've been looking really good in contenders. They got the win when these 2 teams went head-to-head there. So maybe it was the regular season here that was the blip on the radar. And now PowerAnchors, they're not messing around here for the grand finals. Either way, we're going to see the members of ADSL2+ work their way towards this point. They're looking to make this one happen. They've gone the full dive here, so they've definitely got the snowball potential. They need to win the neutral fight here on the first point before they can even worry about snowballing the second.
They probably only get 1 chance at the fight. They're making use of it so far, getting trade either way. They take out the support line for the defense. That will be the go signal for the rest of the team to pile onto the point. Notos gets one back onto Kruk, but it won't be enough. ADSL2+ making an impact on point A. They will cap it eventually and get a chance to level us out here and put us into extra rounds.
Absolutely, they do manage to get that one across there. But again, Leprechaunik died early in that fight, so they're having to go a long way to get that blade online. We see the adaptations coming through from PowerAnchors as well. Lynx has gone over onto the Bastion. They do not want to get snowballed here. They are digging in hard.
Bring it, Lynx. I love this. Bring out the pull out all the stops, bring out the big damage machine, already making an impact. Jimmy D feeling the brunt of that turret on the side, has to use the health pack to get away. Actually, no, so he got healed up by Virginia. Has a pulse wall at the ready. That could prove decisive if it's placed exquisitely. We see Kruk goes in with the nano boost, pressuring down the Bastion. Lone Winston building up the primal rage, now beating people around. Praetoros goes on the side. Jimmy D finds Fatebringer, the support line gone for PowerAnchors. ADSL2+ could do this. They've got that rally armor. They're going to be so difficult to displace off the point. They build up past 2 ticks. The percentage still building up. Proximity mines sealing the deal. ADSL2+ keeping themselves in the map. We're going to extra rounds.
That's right. We may have thought that last night was a long matchup, but it seems like we're going to be trapped in Volskaya a little longer, as both these teams managing to, in the time bank rounds, get the full completion of the map, which is incredible because both of them struggled so much on their first completion. Both of them finishing with under a minute on the clock. Now they have to do it with a minute on the clock again. Oh, this has got to hurt. This has got to be a big blow to the mental of the PowerAnchors players because they just did this. They just did it. They made it happen. They thought, yeah, they're not going to be able to match it. And then they were matched. Now momentum shifting in favor of ADSL2+ here, who, again, they just have to hold out on point A. If they can just prevent any progress on point A, they're going to be in a great position here.
Well, we said that coming into the last round, they weren't quite able to pull it off. I suspect PowerAnchors will be throwing out the same composition which got the job done in their first overtime push. And now we're seeing ADSL2 Plus breaking out the Torbjorn once again. Leprechaunic on that hero. Hopefully able to make enough of an impact that, you know what, they may even get a hammer kill out of this. That would just be the icing on the cake.
It really would be. And yeah, sure enough, we do see the same comp coming out from PowerAnchors. Yufeng over onto the Genji. This time, hopefully looking to avoid going down early in the fight so that the plan can be executed more cleanly, but they're working their way in towards the point here and now. I like the rotations coming through from the defense here. They are playing all together and they know what they're expecting.
No Toast jumps in with a friendly bubble from format, building up towards that primal range, which they might need to use if they make it to the second point. As the first tick already taken by PowerAnchors before a kill is even landed. As I say, that format, the first to fall, the Zarya out of the fight. No Graviton Surge coming anytime soon. Flying Luigi's plugging away with those Hyperspheres. Falls back into the large health pack room, but not able to take advantage of the healing. Falls down, as does Yifeng. Links traded out for the attack. It's so difficult for them right now. PowerAnchors in a tough spot. They're going to be hard-pressed to make an impact on the point. The primal rage is out, knocking people back. It's actually giving PowerAnchors the room they need to complete. So continue building up the point. They're past 2 ticks. Leprechaunic comes out, gets slept and taken out of the fight. PowerAnchors, they're going to take point A again.
Yeah, it was a really close one. It looked like they were going to be repelled, but then you get the Primal Rage out there. You slam everyone around in that tight space. So much damage being delivered there, not to mention the disruption that allows the capture progress. But now, 20 seconds left on the clock as they move towards the second. They don't have the Nano available. That was invested onto the Winston. So Pretorius is going to move over to the Genji so they can provide the damage boost to that Genji. It's going to be all in on this Blade.
Out it comes. Yifeng gets annihilated straight away. Kroot doing the job. Jimmy D has a Deadeye, but Lynx is going to hunt them down. Both the DPS, a DPS from either team not able to get their ultimates online and effective. Yifeng back in the fight, but the Dragon Blade is gone. Leprechaunic's Multicore on the point turns it into lava, and that will be it for PowerAnchors. They're being melted down, cleaned up. They're not capping out the second point yet again, but 5 rounds on the clock is a great time to have set.
Yeah, I mean, they got the point A capture, they made it to B, they weren't able to get any progress on B, which does open up a possibility here, a horrifying possibility, because now PowerAnchors, they're looking to win this one, but it's not an easy win. Sorry, not PowerAnchors. ADSL2 Plus, rather, are looking to win this one. It's not an easy win. They need to fully cap A and then get 33% progress on B. And with the way that things have been going, it would be so fitting and so horrifying at the same time for them to cap A and then fail to make any progress on B and end this one with a draw.
Oh, it would just be the icing on the cake. I mean, the last night's second map had that eventuality, and we went all 8 maps. Maybe it's just a prelude to that ADSL2 Plus. They're saying, no, you know what, we're going to draw this, we're going to give away one more, and we are going for the full reverse sweep. We want this to be as dramatic as possible. That maybe they're playing the long game, PowerAnchors. They want to crush PowerAnchors so badly right now by getting the reverse sweep that it affects them going into next season of Contenders.
I mean, I'd prefer they didn't play the long game. I would prefer that if they're going to turn it around, they bring it here now. They don't drop another map. They close this one out. But Yifeng on the Bastion early means they are playing for this point A hold. They know they want the win. PowerAnchors, they want match point, and they're going to put all of that pressure here onto ADSL2 Plus.
Well, now we've seen both DPS players from PowerAnchors pull out the Bastion. It didn't quite work for Lynx. Hopefully, Yifeng has a little more luck. There's an engagement going on the high ground. A recall forced out of Jimmy D's Crocodile takes a fall. The Wisdom will be back shortly, but with Jimmy D going down, only 20 seconds left on the clock. ADSL2 Plus has to wait for those heroes to get back into the fight before they can go for an engage.
Yeah, the stagger kills are so rough.
Yeah, Jimmy D out on the Doomfist, needs to make an impact. One rocket punch could be the difference between life and death here. Leprechaunic going after Yifeng, almost takes the Bastion out, but the Baptiste healing is going to be way too much for Leprechaunic to take on the Accretion, finishing off the Genji. Yifeng sitting here in the backline, has a tank configuration online. Boom goes Jimmy D. Boom goes Flying Luigi's. Liu Fang sealing the deal here for Power Anchors. They take a Volskaya and put themselves on match point. They are one map win away from being your Division 1 champions.
Yeah, what an incredible performance coming through there. Power Anchors, in the end, get it across the line, but ADSL2 Plus really pushing them to the limit. That has been the scene all throughout tonight. These two teams playing so well against each other. In the end, Power Anchors, they always seem to be the ones that come out ahead right at the end of things, right when everything gets down to the absolute brass tacks, but they are fighting so closely to get it. Scoreline does not indicate how close this matchup has been.
There you go. That Volskaya took 21 minutes to complete. If you're ADSL2, spending 20 minutes on the map and just walking away with the loss has got to hurt, especially given how tightly contested it was.
Now, Power Anchors up at match point as we move over to Escort. This could potentially be the last stand of ADSL2 Plus, their last chance to get themselves back into this series. They do have the map pick, but again, I don't know, maybe we don't go to Rialto. Maybe we've been to Rialto pretty consistently, but we do have Havana and Route 66 in the pool.
I was looking through the previous matches, and of all the matches we saw, I'm pretty sure only the Power Anchors ADSL2 match played Havana. Every other match played Rialto during the regular season, so it wouldn't be out of the question that it was Power Anchors that picked the map last time.
Yeah.
Oh, then again, sorry, Power Anchors picked it, but ADSL2 Plus won it, so maybe that is where you go.
Yeah, it could be. We've definitely seen teams more willing to take it somewhere else, although I suppose last night they didn't have a choice because Rialto was already off the cards. No, perhaps unsurprisingly, Rialto will be where we're going. It's just the Escort map that people prefer. There's no surprises here. ADSL2 Plus, they have their backs to the wall here now. They have their army to the river. Let's see if they can turn this one around or if they are doomed to sink here in Rialto.
Well, there's plenty of water in which they can sink, so they want to be very careful playing around those edges. Power Anchors, they've got lots of choices now. They've shown off that they can play that more static composition with that Reinhardt, with that Orisa up front, and they've also shown they can play the dives. So ADSL2 Plus, normally you have an option of switching to a different composition to counter what your opponent is throwing at you, but Power Anchors so far shown that they can adapt to anything that ADSL2 Plus wants to throw at them.
Absolutely. We're just going to have a little bit of an intermittent break here. Some of the players are playing from internet cafes and needed to top up their time. I wish I was joking. That is the reality here. That sometimes when you need the high quality internet performance, you can't rely on your home internet. And if that is the case with you, have you considered our sponsor, My Republic, Australia's #1 broadband provider for gaming?
Definitely what you want to be doing if you're on NBN. ADSL2 Plus, maybe the problem is that they can't get those My Republic connections because they're not on NBN.
That's understandable. No, I do understand that. That's one I know too well.
Just seems to be everyone I know seems to somehow live in an area that's getting NBN last. It makes me question, has NBN actually been rolled out, or is it just a big lie perpetrated by society as a whole?
Well, I have an answer to that, but that's probably getting a little too political for the content of this stream. That said,
strictly non-political broadcast here at AOE. We celebrate any colour. We've got a blue team, we've got a red team. We don't care who wins as long as it is an entertaining match. And if you're looking for more entertainment, make sure you stick around in the AOE social media channels. We've got some great content coming up for you. The Rocket Cup is on tomorrow night. Do not miss out on that broadcast. We've also got the Valor Cup, the Valorant tournament starting. So if you're a hit scan player who's a little frustrated with all the shields in Overwatch, come and join the Valor Cup. There's no shields there, just hit scan.
That's true. There are shields in Valorant, but they're not quite the same as shields in Overwatch. They basically just armor, and they don't last particularly long, let me tell you.
certainly
I'm
not
sure,
the way
I'm
I
sure most
play.
of you have been checking out Valorant, and certainly I'm looking forward to being involved in that as it goes forwards.
I'm looking forward to the casting side of it. The playing side, not so much. I haven't completed my ranks yet, but I'm looking forward to being placed in Iron.
Ooh, really? Ooh.
I
So I was
am
going to
horrible.
offer the queue with you, but ooh, Iron. Ooh.
You carry me, Pronus. Go
I'm
on.
not that good. I can assure you that much. I was a tank player in Overwatch. The gun game is not my strong suit, that's for sure. But definitely
People
an
don't
enjoyable experience nonetheless.
People don't appreciate it when you run around as a sage, just saying, "I'm just waiting for you to take damage so I can heal orb you. You do the shooting, I'll do the healing."
I mean, it's better than the sage who runs in first and dies every round, so you do have that going for you.
On the bright side, I generally last pretty long because I'm a timid player. So if I've got the resurrection, I can at least use that at some point.
Yeah, I mean, that's definitely what you want from your Sage player is a bit more of a passive supporting play style. Let other people with the initiation tools do the initiating. It's my regular frustration has been that nobody knows how to initiate at the level I play at. But that's why I've moved over to an initiator. That way, at least I can do it.
Indeed. Anyway, let's get back to Overwatch. The Valor Cup will provide all your Valorant action that you could shake a stick at. And I know I questioned it from PowerAnchors not running those divey support heroes, but it ended up working out for them. And Praetorus and Fatebringer have been so solid tonight. We've seen a plethora of heroes played by both of them. Both of them able to play Zenyatta to such great effect. It's weird that you see that from a team. Usually you have one person specialized in the more main support role, one person specialized in the flex support role, and maybe a little back and forward when you maybe want to run a Baptiste with another support. But both of them, there's been no distinction. Both of them actually played Zen. Both of them have played Ana.
Yeah, I mean, it's an interesting one. I did have some concerns about Fatebringer, especially early on in Volsky. We were seeing them go down early in a lot of those fights. Might have been the reason that we saw the swap of the Zen role. Maybe just a little too aggressive trying to get the right clicks and getting punished for it. But in the end, like, they were usually still there when they needed. There was a surprising number of fights where they lost the Zen early, and then PowerAnchors went in anyways.
Well, they were the first. They did end up getting the first pick on their first Volskaya attack, and it was followed up by a nice bio grenade. So both the supports actually led the way the first time PowerAnchors were able to capture point A. So the high risk, high reward play, it ended up working out for them in the end. And I mean, I did enjoy seeing the Bastion being whipped out. Lynx pulled it out first, and Yifang was an absolute terror on that final ADSL2 plus attack. They could not get past this Bastion, and they thought they might have an opportunity to get the point, but all of a sudden, configuration tag Yifang left clicks twice, removes a third of the attacking team.
Yeah, just incredible performances there. I mean, it's all coming down to the wire in these matchups. In the end, PowerAnchors have been the ones coming out on top, but it's just such a close matchup between these teams, and it really goes to show how much pressure is being put on this ADSL2 plus roster, because the last time we saw these two teams match, Flying Luigi's was absolutely destroying. They've been relatively quiet in this game because they haven't been able to go aggressive. They haven't been able to get those cleanup kills that they were getting previously, because the PowerAnchors roster are just so dangerous. They're willing to take these nasty fights even after they lose someone early. So you can't just sleep on them. They're playing so aggressively, and it's pulling all the resources out of ADSL2 Plus just to allow them to stabilize and win a fight that they, by all rights, should have already won from that opening pick.
And talking about ADSL2 Plus, apologies. Do you think you might want to see some radical changes coming out of them? Maybe swapping it, pull it, do what you have to do. Put Leprechauning back on the hit scan. They proved so deadly the last time they met up, and it's just a shame not to be seeing that coming out from them this time.
Yeah, I mean, maybe you do swap them around. I mean, this is basically the same lineup as last time. Like, Jimmy D is a renamed Macca, so we know that they have the flexibility there in the pools. It's just, question is, why the change? Ultimately, previously they were playing on opposite roles. It was working out for them. This time around, they're going here. They're still playing at a high caliber. They're definitely playing very well, but it's just not working out in the end.
And it's such a shame. This is such a great team. I want to see them succeed here, but PowerAnchors just have the answer to anything they can throw at them, and that's certainly them in good stead for the next season of Contenders when it comes around. PowerAnchors is going to be competing in that, so it'll be interesting to see them there, whether or not they have the same lineup as well. I know you said Yufang has been around. Actually, you know what? That's right. I had my weird little stats if we had a pause, so I'll bring it up. So I've been doing a little bit of research on these teams. You mentioned that they've been around for a while, and I actually found some VODs of multiple players on these teams playing in the very first 6-seed Contenders season. So we've got 4 players here. Crimson Wolf, who's not actually on in the server right now. Virginia, Fatebringer, and Yufang all played in season 1 of Contenders, and actually a couple of them played against each other. Fatebringer played on Surge Esports Club, and in week 1 they faced off against Jam Gaming, which featured Crimson Wolf and Virginia. So a little bit of history between these players. They go back a long way, so they're probably very familiar with each other, also their play style. But it also suggests that even given where ADSL2 Plus is right now, players like Virginia have the experience that they know they need to keep their team in it, and they're not out of it yet. There's still live match to go. There are still 4 maps you can go to until the match is done. They're not completely out of it yet. So hopefully those more senior voices in the team are able to keep the positivity, they keep their minds in the game and bring them back into the match.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, you hit on to exactly the thing. All of these players at this level of Overwatch, all the players know each other. In any region, all of the players in that region know each other at the level of skill that these players play at. And especially in a small region like OCE, these guys have known each other for years. They know exactly how they play. They know each other's dirty tricks. The question is, do they know the most recent dirty tricks? They're always having to invent new ways to flex on each other. And every time, this is exactly the sort of match that you save those tricks for and pull them out. You have the money on the line. You have the prize on the line. And it looks like we are finally getting our remaining players back into the lobby. This extended pause break here definitely is a chance for ADSL2 Plus to turn their mental around. It gives them a chance to sit down, refocus as a team, maybe hash out some new strats, work out how they want to take Rialto, try and take things away from the PowerAnchors here. So definitely an opportunity for the comeback here. They've had the breathing time to make it happen. Question is, will they be able to make it happen?
Well, if they don't make it happen, that will be all said and done for their championship hopes. PowerAnchors will walk away with the big W and the big prize money, their share of the $500 provided by My Republic, as well as Splash Apollo and Bloodborne. Thank you all for your contributions. Thanks to everyone else. You know what? Thanks to everyone else who's helped put this tournament together so far as well. It wouldn't be what it is without the admins behind the scenes organising everything, getting all the information in the right order. Also got the players who are playing in the tournament. I mean, no one would be here at all if there were no players. So we're thankful to everyone who's come along playing in Ascent and the other AoE tournaments, AAOL, the Valor Cup when it comes up, Champions Gauntlet when it's been on.
And we're getting some news. Apparently the computers that they're playing on need to install the latest Overwatch patch. It looks like that may have been false information, but we're still waiting for the last 2 players to get back into the lobby so that we can make our way on to the next match. Certainly, I feel for them because this is obviously just the internet cafe that they're at. It's really providing not the best experience right now with the amount of time it's taking to get these players back into it.
Well, while we wait, What's your favorite hero to play, PowerAnchors?
My favorite hero to play has always, well, it changes actually. I'm a main tank. I've always been a main tank. I want to say Reinhardt, but every now and then it changes based on the meta. It's whatever main tank isn't the one that I'm actually able to play. So when we go into a Reinhardt meta, I absolutely adore Winston the few times I get to play him. And likewise, if we're in a Winston meta, it is definitely Reinhardt that is my favorite. Both of them, I really enjoy both of them a lot. Definitely my favorite heroes.
I can definitely, I understand that. Main tank is just such a, I know you say it's not a fun role when you're getting beaten around, but when it works, it works. I mean, Winston's just so much fun. You jump in there, you're zapping everyone, you jump out again, you play around, and there's just nothing like the feeling of out of Reinhardt charging in, getting dirty, swinging that hammer around, and laying down the entire enemy team with that Earth Shatter. It's just so much fun. And then you get to Orisa, and you just put the shield down and hold it.
That's the one.
I do like the feeling of putting the supercharger down and then watching the enemy team be melted away. That's a little fun, but yeah, let's just stick to Reinhardt Winston metas. That would make me very happy.
Yeah, unfortunately, Orisa continues to be so strong. How about yourself? I remember hearing you're primarily a support player.
I started the game playing support. I came from a TF2 background. I was just a medic main. Like I didn't bother aiming at anything. All I do was hold left click, and no one ever complained about me playing medic. I loved it. So coming into Overwatch, naturally I started playing Mercy. The first golden weapon I bought, that Mercy stuff. But over time, I actually transitioned to the tank roles because I played with friends who were also support mains, and we used to have to fight over who gets to play support. And then I discovered the joys of tanking, which is something that the players will get to experience very shortly, given that we are finally loading into Rialto. This is it for ADSL2. If they don't want their hopes disconnected, they need to stand up and take out this map. Otherwise, PowerAnchors are going to be going home with the big prize.
Absolutely. Backs to the wall, ankles in the river. No ground left to give up here is ADSL2+. And, well, we're seeing something, actually, that's still in spawn, so let's not worry about that just yet. But we're seeing Leprechaunik back onto the Mei, Jimmy D onto the McCree there. So they're looking to take advantage of the narrow choke points here before we get to the courtyard, try and get those Mei walls to good usage. Actually looks like they're going to go for an aggressive play here.
Sneaky, just sneaking their way across the bridge. Not giving away any sign of their presence with their footsteps. They must have been practicing Valorant at some point.
Making their way in. It looks like we will have the double hit scan on the side of defenders. Jimmy D down instantly to Yifang's Widow.
Oh, that's not a good start for the defending team. This Ford holder locked on, getting taken down. Yifang, you monster! Removes both of the DPS from the fight. They lose fate, bringing Yifang again. Zealous, the victim this time. Oh no, ADSL2+ was not expecting the Widowmaker, and they paid for not being prophets.
And this is where Yifang wants to be. This is Yifang at his best. Getting to play the hit scan heroes, taking over the lobby with the high impact head clicking. I imagine he's in a great mood after that opening fight, and immediately we're seeing some adaptations coming through from the defense. Leprechaunik's going to go over to the Hanzo. They need some long range threat to deal with it, and they're going to get the double shields out to try and shut down these snipers.
You're going to have to be very careful. Yifang doesn't get an eye on you. The shield's already down. Yifang sniping around the side of this tree. Gets taken down. Leprechaunik finding an arrow through the skull of Yifang. That's a nice start. The Immortality Field burnt down, as is Format. That will see a Bob on the field. I believe Link's throwing that one in, just for good measure, but with the deaths the way they are right now, it will be ADSL2+ holding on for the moment.
Yeah, I mean, they tried to commit the Bob. They put the Ant down there as well. Yeah, Leprechaunik is
shots in a row.
Lobby. This is fantastic to see, and that will be ADSL2 Plus holding there. But yeah, again, we see PowerAnchors willing to commit even when they've lost people in there, throwing in the Bob, putting the Amp Matrix in front of him, trying to make something happen from it. In the end, not enough pressure coming through onto the shields to actually make that one work out. As a result, ADSL2 Plus, they will get control of the payload here as they secure themselves on the first point. Leprechaunik already built up the Dragon Strike because so many foreheads sprouting arrows there as a result of that Hanzo.
Looks like the break has already paid off for ADSL2 Plus. They've come out swinging. PowerAnchors already lost 2 minutes off their clock and they're running into a barrage of ultimates. The Dragon Strike you already talked about, but not far behind Jimmy D with the Deadeye. We'll see if there's any counter coming through from PowerAnchors. Breakbringer will have the Transcendence ready to go. So that might be what they need to survive the Dragons.
Yeah, I mean, it's good to have the Transcendence online, but those ultimates that are coming up are not really ones that Transcendence defends against. I think it's more likely to get saved for the Gravitic Flux coming in from Flying Luigi's.
The Infrasight Online No Toast uses the Gravitic Flux that lays Zealous to the floor. Yifang getting to work on Leprechaunik. No Dragon Strike for you as PowerAnchors march their way through the defense. They're going to push this card home on the first point.
Yeah, they should be able to get that one across the line. We'll have a chance for all of the members of ADSL2 Plus to spawn. So they will be forming up there, going for a relatively early Streets phase defense here in the second point. But PowerAnchors, they're pushing up, they're aggressive, they want to try and pick up a kill here. If they can get in a limb here, it really would take the rug out from under this defense. They don't manage it though. And oh, there goes Leprechaunik picking up Yifang again. That's going to see PowerAnchors commit into it, because that's what they do.
Yeah, and another Bob. As soon as they lose Yifang, a Bob invested by Lynx. Jimmy D in the top level of this house, taking the fight to Lynx, winning that one-on-one. The Bob on the low ground. It ends up getting the hell out of Dodge. You know, he's done his job. My Ash is down. I might as well just leave this place right now. Flying Luigi's on the high ground. And the Graviton Surge, Kinetic Grasp, building up a little bit of adaptive shields. But Leprechaunik finds Yifang again.
Yeah, now ADSL2 Plus are managing to dig their heels in, but this is the scary thing about PowerAnchors, because PowerAnchors, they're still willing to commit to fights even if they lose the first person, as long as their win condition is intact. They know how they want to win the fight, and they're going to play for it. Now the Dragon's coming through is going to see the Transcendence coming out.
And Lynx getting revenge onto Jimmy D, taking that one-on-one this time. Format still on the high ground. Has the Supercharger, may choose to lay it down on this corner, but there's a Gravitic Flux and there's no Transcendence this time. Fatebringer saved by the Immortality Field as it gets travelled forward on the cut. Supercharger is down. TBD's Deadeye on the high ground denied. Lynx going to finish off the McCree. Praetoros getting a kill, and that will see PowerAnchors continuing their march forward.
Yeah, the aggression coming through, absolutely paying off here. And it looked like Flying Luigi's got stunned somehow out of that Gravitic Flux. The slam damage didn't come through. Now he's going to get sent back to spawn again. They will get a little caught out there. They weren't actually ready to go in as a team. It's kind of just feeding ultimates at this point. PowerAnchors absolutely going to take advantage of that, although they do lose Yifang in the exchange.
It's alright, the Genji is going to be back in no time, almost on top of that Dragon Blade. Notos falls back just a little bit as they wait for the Genji to return to the fight, and they wait out the Supercharger and the Amp Matrix quite well. Notos' Gravitic Flux doesn't get anything, but they've went straight into 2 ultimates. Lynx's Bob on the field forces a rotation from the defending team. They try and get away from that, but they make use of that time to fall into the attackers. A Dragon Blade online, Yifang trying to turn the tide, but it's too little, too late for the Genji. Back to the drawing board for PowerAnchors.
Yeah, they're looking like it's a really late commitment with the blade from Yifang, so I'm wondering if that's another hero swap coming through. Maybe not. Okay. They're just... Alright, just a late hero blade trying to make it happen. In the end, it doesn't work out. Meanwhile...
Luigi's might be caught out again?
Yeah, it's very far forward. He's in a lot of pressure there, but his health is fine. Now we see the defense starting to dig in again. They got a lot of ultimates.
The tracks through the room. They remove Lynx from the fight. The Transcendence a little late from Fatebringer. Not going to keep their Ash alive. The rest of the team's still there, so the Transcendent swears off. Fatebringer has to fall back as Noto's View getting very aggressive up front, throwing in those Hyperspheres, trying to take Virginia out of the fight. Not end up going to find it. The rest of Power Anchors overwhelming this push from ADSL2 Plus as they are thwarted yet again.
Yeah, and that's the Flying Luigis we saw the last time these two teams matched up. A lot of those late kills getting cleaned up by the Sigma. Oh, an opening pick onto Yifeng as well. It's going to be more time off the clock for Power Anchors. This defense is really entrenched in here, and until Power Anchors can get the clean fight they're wanting, it's going to be messy. I mean, they do well in the messy fights, but with how hard this point is to push through, they really need to come at it a lot cleaner than they have been.
Oh, that's not going to help. Praetorius going down. A great arrow from Leprechaunic. Flying Luigi's flanking around the side, looking for an opportunity to use the Gravitic Flux, but may not even require it in this fight. Leprechaunic picks off Fatebringer.
Ooh.
That's the
Link's
entire
picking
support
up
line.
too.
Yeah, Yifeng sees an opportunity to use the Dragon Blade, runs straight into the Gravitic Flux of Flying Luigi's. Ends up being cut down by Zealous. The counter Gravitic Flux now from Noto, supported by the Supercharger from Format. Power Anchors have made it work to get in the cart pushed around the final corner. With 40 seconds left on the clock, they might just get the job done.
Yeah, a late kill onto Fatebringer there. Leprechaunic putting in so much damage with this Hanzo, so many long-range kills. That stops up the payload as well until they get someone else on it. This is now the opportunity for ADSL2 Plus to retake control.
Dragon coming right out of spawn from Leprechaunic. Virginia picking up Praetorius at the start of the fight. Even trades coming through. In the end, ADSL2 Plus coming out on top of that fight. The kills falling their way. And 9 seconds left on the clock. It's all or nothing now for Power Anchors if they want to finish the map. But there's not going to be anyone there to touch. No.
Yeah, they're not even going to be able to get there, not even with the Wrecking Ball. That will be a successful defense there. ADSL2 Plus, they managed to put the brakes on it. The payload has made it almost all the way through the map. That said, this is still not over. It's a very winnable position for either team here. It's all going to come down to this defense. We've seen Rialtos that get stalled out at point A. We've seen Rialtos that push all the way through. It's really going to be how well ADSL2 Plus are able to do this one. Everything is riding on this offense.
Indeed it is, and it was a nice defense out from ADSL2 Plus. They're showing they're not quite out of this yet. Some great. I really like the counterplay from Leprechaunic. Yifeng was tearing them to shreds on the Widowmaker. Leprechaunic rolls out on the Hanzo, starts taking that sniper duel, and once that happens, Power Anchors don't quite look so deadly.
Yeah, I mean, Leprechaunic had a great performance on the Hanzo. So many headshots. It's just incredible to see. And we may yet be seeing more of that, because, I mean, if it is working, why fix it? We'll be getting back into it. The interesting thing here is Yifeng onto the Pharah. That is yet another hero coming out from Yifeng here. I mean, the first point in particular, so strong for Pharah. So many rooftops to take cover from. And, of course, the environmental potential on the bridge. But it's going to be rough playing against Jimmy D on the Ash and Leprechaunic on the Hanzo. With how well they're playing, one stray shot may be all that's needed.
And Leprechaunic proves so deadly so far. I wouldn't be surprised if that one stray shot is a headshot. Yifeng getting ready to throw those rockets down into the spawn, hoping for a lucky couple of body shots. Building up to that barrage. Throwing the rockets in, not finding much luck right now. Leprechaunic going on the side. There's a dual Leprechaunic getting the better of that with the storm arrows. That forces the resurrection to be invested by Fatebringer. But that's it for 30 seconds. Anyone who dies now will be permanent. And Leprechaunic finds you again, you beast.
Absolutely. Yeah, the trade back there links onto Jimmy D, but still plenty of opportunity. Either team can win this fight, and definitely Power Anchors are the sort to commit into a fight, even being a person down. They've been able to make it work so far, but no first for you. Sport in the corner does manage to get the better of Virginia, but Accretion knocks Fatebringer, and there is Zealous to finish it off.
But the support line down for ADSL2 Plus, so they're not going to be able to make much progress beyond that, with Lynx tearing their way through the attacking team. That would be, and Lynx, I believe, finishing that with 5 kills.
Yeah, great performance there from Lynx. They've got the Bob online, which should help out in the next fight as well. It's buying a lot of space, denying it, and Jimmy D under a lot of pressure early on. He's going to get the healing though, so nothing coming from that one as of yet. But I really have to, looking at this, I think we're going to see another neutral fight from ADSL2 Plus. I'll probably throw the Dragon Strike out once they have it. It's not the most valuable of ultimates, really more of an area denial one.
And Bob goes up the top, a nice dynamite, finishing off Flying Luigi's. A rough start here for ADSL2 Plus in this latest fight. The cart still firmly in the defense's control, and Yifang oh so close to this barrage. Plugging away with the rockets. Jimmy D finds formats, so the tank gone from the start. Yifang goes inside, drops the barrage down, removes Crook from the fight. Notos finds Virginia, trades back and forth, but with Fatebringer being Fatebringer going down, it's going to be very difficult for Power Anchors to hold on for much longer once the reinforcements turn up for ADSL2 Plus.
Yeah, at the moment, no one's really committing to the payload. Now Flying Luigi's moving forwards with that one. Unfortunately for the members of Power Anchors, they don't have the healing there to be able to keep it in. Now they're going to have 4 people on this payload, but the Power Anchors are going to have an opportunity to reaggress onto this one before the remaining members of ADSL2 Plus get back.
With Yifang going down really early, it's up to Fatebringer with the Valkyrie to keep everyone alive and able to do damage. The Flying Luigi finishes up a second kill. The Deadeye from Jimmy D is good to remove Praetorius, and that will be the first point capture for ADSL2 Plus.
Absolutely, they're going to try and surge forwards here. A couple of people getting the old spawns, but they don't manage to pick up Yifang there. So Power Anchors are going to be able to regroup on this second point. Still, we're going to see the tanks push forwards. They want to hold this corner. No, they are backing up a bit. They realize they don't have enough people with them to take the fight there. And oh, no touch for you getting an early kill into Jimmy D's.
You gotta be really careful of these Sigmas. The Gravitic Flux from Flying Luigi's picks up a few members of Power Anchors, but to no avail. Crook finding Yifang is a nice bit of turnabout plays. The cart's trying to make its way forward, but a solid bob from Lynx will seal the deal for the defense. They repel ADSL2 Plus once more.
Yeah, they repel it, but it isn't clean. A lot of late kills coming through on both sides. Looking at the cart location, there's going to be an opportunity here for ADSL2 Plus to push forwards aggressively, retake control of it before the remaining members there. I mean, look at Format's health. Only just starting to get the healing now that Fatebringer's made his way back. Definitely a lot. Yeah, they have to back off here. They know it. And Jimmy D getting caught out there. That's big.
Notos, who doesn't know the meaning of the word retreat, uses the equation to remove Jimmy D. The Dragons through onto the high ground take Yifang out of the fight, so no hit scan available for either team. I take that back. So a double hit scan for Power Anchors, but it is Crook and Flying Luigi's making all the space at ADSL2 Plus. Needs to continue pushing this cart forward. 2 big tank ultimates down for Power Anchors. We'll likely see the second point completed for ADSL2 Plus.
Yeah, especially with how far forward the tanks have come, you're not going to be able to get a recontest on there. Sure enough, that one goes through. 3.5 minutes on the clock for the final stage here. And already we're seeing some more changes. Jimmy D going over to Tracer, trying to take advantage of the extra route in there. Lynx getting an early kill onto Leprechaunik may slow this one down, but Jimmy D trading back, picking up Yifang. This could go either way here, turning into a weird brawl fight all over the place.
Out comes the Gravitic Flux and Flying Luigi's, picks up the entire front line for the defense, but we're saved by an Immortality Field. The counter Flux from No Toast will be stunned. No Toast for you, no ult for you. Lynx, though, has their Sigmas back, gets a couple of kills before they are taken down in turn, but it is enough for the defense to stabilize as we count down below 3 minutes on the clock for ADSL2 Plus.
Absolutely. Once again, we see Power Anchors getting forward aggressive, but Leprechaunik again back on the Hanzo. Another forehead clicked, and that's going to see Power Anchors in the retreat now. ADSL2 Plus, they've got an opportunity here. But look at the ultimates online for the defense. They have so many tools in this tool belt to slow down the next push.
Yeah, only one ultimate invested there. The Dragon Strike coming out from Leprechaunik through that room. They don't really... It forces the Immortality Field out, but of course the Dragons doesn't touch the Immortality Field. There's a Bob on the high ground, not really providing much pressure as most of ADSL2 Plus is on low ground, but it buys a little bit of time for the defense to get their job done. They're holding on to the rest of these ults. Crocodile invests the Supercharger to get it done. The shield protecting it for a little bit, but it will be burnt down for Matt, finishing off that piece of utility. And with Virginia going down, the attack is going to be that little bit harder. No rally available, no real defensive ultimates online. It's a Deadeye attempt out from Yufeng. In the end, it will be PowerAnchors holding on as ADSL, they've got 1 minute 30 to make an impact or they will be done.
Yeah, they realistically have 2 fights left in this match, maybe a rushed third one. Leprechaun's gone over to the Mei, trying to take advantage of some of the positions that PowerAnchors are taking. There is potential to wall some players off here, but the moment they see the Mei, we're going to see the rotations coming out of there. No one wants to get caught out in that ground. Still a lot of defensive ultimates online for PowerAnchors.
Format's been holding on to this Supercharger for a while, still not choosing the visit. Notos has another Gravitic Flux. This time, it is so much better. Virginia removed, as is Crook. They trade out for Format, so no Supercharger coming into this fight for either team with the Orisas down. But the numbers still favouring the defense. 50 seconds left. They bring it down with the Transcendence, but not going to be enough. ADSL2 Plus in dire straits.
Yeah, they're in desperation territory. Crocodile's gone over to the Reinhardt as well.
Oh,
a late kill onto Leprechaunic. That is absolutely huge. It's going to mean that the defense are able to get all of their people back here. And they're still chasing for more stagger kills. Still trying to pick up more people here. If they can get another kill, it was absolutely huge. But it does look like ADSL2 Plus. They're going to come into this fight. 5 ultimates is what they're staring down the barrel of, though.
This could be the final fight of Ascent Season 4. ADSL2 Plus need to make an impact here or they are going home. The Supercharger is the first out. GBD has a Deadeye supported by Virginia's rally. Just plugs it into these shields. Nothing doing there. Bob is on the field. Yifeng finds Zealous. A Transcendence online for Fatebringer. Yifeng with a Deadeye picks up one. Leprechauning a Crocodile trying to bring it back for ADSL2 Plus. They got the slight numbers advantage, but no, PowerAnchors smacking back. Notos for you removing Leprechaun from the fight. The brawl is going on the cart as overtime has been triggered, but the defense are all over it. The Immortality Field will see them through. PowerAnchors seal the deal on Rialto. They are your Division 1 Ascent Season 4 champions.
What an incredible performance from both of these teams. The scoreline does not even come close to indicating just how tight these matches were. Every single map was down to the wire. And yet, in the end, PowerAnchors always that little bit stronger. In the end, they come through, they get the 4-0 victory. They are the Division 1 champions for Season 4 of Ascent.
Indeed, they are. What a performance by PowerAnchors. I mean, the turnaround from that regular season match was phenomenal. I mean, we saw them win on King's Row yet again. We thought, okay, that's fine. ADSL2 Plus lost that last time. They'll bounce back, but the bounce back just wasn't enough. They were so close on Volskaya and on Real Side. They just couldn't get the job done.
Yeah, and it comes down to a slight difference in playstyle. PowerAnchors are very, very aggressive, and we absolutely saw that. They are willing to take fights that other teams would back off. If they have the first pick against them, as long as the ultimates that they plan to use in that fight are still on the table, they will still go in and commit, which means that you can never take them lightly. You can never assume that you've beaten them in any team fight, because they will commit down to the wire every single fight. They will push you. You do not get any free ult charge off these players. And they have enough high-skill, high-caliber players that can absolutely trade back in these nasty fights that you have to take them seriously.
Yeah, you do. And, I mean, to start with, PowerAnchors, so much to talk about. No Toast for you. I love seeing great off-tank play. No Toast for you was an absolute terror on this scene. But we saw in that last 2 fights, they had a Gravitic Flux for both of those fights. That shows you how much damage they were outputting.
Yeah, absolutely. We're seeing just constantly the Sigmas in these teams. I mean, at the highest level, the Sigma is putting in so much damage with those AoE balls. They're bouncing them around shields. They're bouncing them all over the place, getting the damage in there. There's a reason the cleanup so heavily features Sigmas in there. And, I mean, we said in the last matchup, Flying Luigi's was just an incredible difference maker. No Toast for You managed to close the gap. There was no Sigma gap this time. The two of them putting on such a tight showing. And yeah, it's just exactly what you need from your Sigma.
And another player that stood out was Yifang coming into the squad, new to the broadcast at least, but not new to anyone in the high-level Australian Overwatch scene. And they were absolutely bonkers on that hit scan. They just lit up Rialto, firstly on the Widowmaker, and then even on the Pharaoh was doing a good job.
Yeah, I mean, Yifang has always been a hit scan player, not a projectile player. I mean, way back in their heyday, back when Soldier 76 was in the meta, that was their preferred hero. It has been a long, long time since Yifang has been able to play exactly what he wants to play. But at least tonight he was able to get onto the hit scan heroes and show everyone why he is a top-tier hit scan player, even if he is regularly forced to flex onto other heroes that he'd rather not be playing.
And if you were to pick an MVP out of this match, who would it be?
Oh, an MVP is such a hard pick because especially, I mean, when we look at these rosters, everything they're doing is so teamwork based. It really does require everyone going in there, really committing into those fights. I mean,
we can have an even tie of 6 players coming out MVP if you really want.
I mean, I can't name an MVP. I mean, part of it is that I've been a friend of Yifang for a long time, so I have that bias there, and I'm aware of it as well. But the whole team was just putting in such an incredible performance, popping so well. I mean, the Lynx was doing fantastic work on the Ashe all night, and Format such a great main tank as well. And as we said before in the break, both their supports showing incredible flexibility as well as getting the job done. I mean, what is the weakness in PowerAnchors? That is the question.
Well, it'll be up to the teams in the next season of contenders to find out if they even have a weakness. Well, so we don't play. Look, we're not playing favorites here. We're not identifying MVP. You're all stars in our eyes, PowerAnchors, as are every other player in this tournament. I mean, without the players playing, we wouldn't have a tournament to put on. There would be no broadcast, or maybe there would be broadcast. It'd be just Peronis and I sitting in quick play, feeding our brains out on the tanks. But
that doesn't sound that interesting to watch. I'm not going to lie. I much prefer that we're broadcasting this.
But on that note, I'd like to. There's a whole host of people I want to thank for helping us make Ascent what it is. First of all, the admins who put together the tournament. Will has done such an amazing job behind the scenes, helping us out, making sure we have the right information for the broadcast. We know who we're casting, who the members of the team are. Been such a phenomenal job. And the rest of the broadcast team too. We've got Zero, who's been doing their lion's share of the producer. We also had Abby last night. S-Dogger Man chipped in at the start of the season. And also thanks to you, Pyronius, for being my casting partner across the season, even doing 1 week where I just didn't bother to turn up. Apparently, you took the mantle, you did it yourself and did a fantastic job. And also thanks to Domino Jack for joining us in the first week.
Yeah, and thank you as well for your work throughout the season. A big thanks to everyone. It's been a phenomenal season. We're looking forward to more big things going forward with AoE as well. So make sure you are following AoE on all of its socials. Make sure you're in the Discord, which I'm sure if you're listening to this broadcast, you probably are. If not, might as well get on that. Additional reminders of other things we're coming up. Next, we do have the Valor Cup starting up as of next week. So if you're looking to get into some organised Valorant play, look forward to that. We're also going to have the Rocket Cup back tomorrow night. So look forward to that one as well as the bi-monthly tournament kicks off. Another opportunity to watch some more great Overwatch there as well. And of course, coming soon, another Champions Gauntlet coming up as well. So lots of great things coming up in the future for AoE. Another big thank you to our sponsor, My Republic, as well, who allow us to have these prize pools for the tournaments, allow to actually compensate the players for their time. So it's not just a great competitive experience for them, but they're also getting something out of it as well.
And finally, the biggest thanks of all to you, dear viewer. Thank you for coming out to support your friends. It's an absolute thrill to be able to see your friends pop off on stream. Sometimes they charge off the edge of the map, but you know, that's par for the course. You can give them a little ribbing later. Thank you, everyone who tuned in over the course of the seasons. Thank you to everyone who participated. I look forward to seeing you in AoE's future endeavors.
Absolutely. And until tomorrow night, and until we get underway with the Rocket Cup, stay safe, look after yourselves, and we'll see you all real soon.
Yeah, blocks out the Jedi. They're going to break a little bit through. Oh no, Mara slept. Still holding on to that Graviton Surge and Earth Shatter out.
Shiny Hero going down early is not a good start.
Oh yeah, this is backfiring instantly.
Taking out Temple. Oh, that's a big Diva Bomb.
Oh, great Graviton, and here comes Immortality! And of that Orisa, they're able to start moving the way forward.
Reflect. Amy took Goose out of the fight.
To take down Ghostly.
Taken down by good EMP there from the side.
A lot of things, but he said no, and would no!
Blade does come through, cleans up Merrick, cleans up Don.
Kicks there as big ones, and Ghostly gets two. Diva Bomb, that might do a bit of damage. It does.
Great job here. Deadeye as well to cover up a different angle.
Dude gets three! No, this is not happening!
So 100% he's close. Ghostly will get two.
Like they're gonna use losing I don't believe and 1 HP are your Ascent champions!